But before I go on and on, if you are not here yesterday, my name is Preston Jr. and I'll be your program director for today again. I am from the Northwest University's Mafeking campus under the Faculty of Humanities, School of Communication, and I serve as a junior lecturer under Journalism and Media Studies. So this is what I do on a daily basis. This is how it goes to work. If you Northwest University's Mafeking campus, Professor Gilbert Mozatele, may you just wave? I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Louis Jacobs from the Northwest University. He joined us yesterday, who's the Director of the Corporate Services of the Northwest University. Thank you so much. Yeah, we will keep on acknowledging the presence again. So we may start with today. For those that are watching us at home, welcome to the Northwest Media Sustainability and Collaboration Summit. We'll still continue with important, insightful information right there. Without any further ado, I am going to call upon stage Mr. Ralph Makanya just to give us an overview of what we dealt with yesterday. May we give him a round of applause as he ascends the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Wachung, are you still sleeping? Huh? Key. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from different departments of media, journalism, government, those joining us visually, and all other sectors gathered here today to grace this informative occasion, plus all protocols observed, I greet you. My name is Vuma Makanya. I am a board member from the organization called CAFI, which is Compassion Awards Foundation Investment. It is a foundation that works and has enabled this event to be a success through working along with Quick X, which is managed by Ananias Ndovo. I came with some of my board members, that is Mrs. Belina and Dr. Rakutu and Ausbrenda. We are so dedicated in seeing this being a success, And straight to what I'm here for, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, the first session was great. I don't know whether I'm out of order. The program director was awesome. Am I right? Am I right? The facilitators were great. Am I okay? That means to say we are growing in what we are doing. But let us get into the meat of it. Dr. Baloyi, representing the government, emphasized the communication that goes beyond voices. Communication is a pure, interesting science. He kept on emphasizing those ways, and I felt that thing going deeper into myself. And he mentioned that journalism is not dying, but they themselves who think that journalism is dying, they are the ones who are dying. He opened this topic very well by truly showing that localizing the news is one of the most important things as the media practitioners we should understand. That is to say, community media telling their own stories will unleash boundaries for these media houses. I also liked it when he was mentioning the 6th of May. Do you remember that one? I think 6th of May 2026 is the day for media policy activation. Meaning to say the government will be looking into us and saying, come to us, we are prepared to help you. Then it moved to a gentleman, MTDA. MTDA, they support community and small commercial media entities in all operational and sustainability and their compliance etiquettes. Their role is to ensure that there is an enabling environment to these media development practitioners. I liked their presentation because it was saying to us, we have an opportunity to do the so-called corporate governance as the business owners. They drill to the core of corporate governance. That is to say, financial consequence management is one of the pillars of their KPIs. I normally say in Zulu, mina, bagade ukuthi imali yethu siyidla kanjani le abasinikeza yona, because sometimes when you are given the money by MTDA, you don't have to go and swiping kwabo Woolworths nakoma Shoprite uthenga amatayara ezimoto. That is not corporate governance. So they are there to see into it that the money that has been given to us is really going for what is supposed to actually do in your own business. Their sustainability pillar chart, they having one of the 5 pillars being consolidating government support. I loved that because it says to me, the government is really seeing us doing the best out of us. Thereafter, it moved to Dr. Kate, AIP Association, Independent Publishers. Their belief system in media diversity goes beyond recognition of their entities by them partnering with them in all their hurdles while they transfer skills and professionalism. More than 83% had a digital presence, but still they run things in a successful way. But the struggle is to convert that 6.9%. If you remember very well, that 6.9% they actually raised of fluidity to match the same 83% viability, taking stock of solutions that are working and fund those to the benefit of every role player in the media fraternity, thus solving employment issues, which is ROI, direct KPAs and KPIs, by controlling and certain clusters or bodies. Those influencers, as they said, be watchful. Why? Soon you will be held accountable to the content you sell. That is to say, ethical codes, ethical codes, ethical codes, critical ethical codes. One day, such ethical codes will catch up with you. As an influencer, if there's someone who is an influencer, those are the things that they were teaching us yesterday, that ethical codes will one day catch up with us. Then it moved to DNTF, which is digital news. Strong points there. In all these high and lows, valleys and mountains, honey and milk environment, dry and deserted roads, they offer different fundings. One day, you will see these funding models coming to you and making you to realize that you are here to deliver to the nation. Then we moved to session 2. Prof leader with a very difficult surname. Even Nanamhlanja, I can't even pronounce it. Holtz Hazen, it's very difficult. But her well short and articulated speech and precise topic on sustainable journalism was presented to us. She enlightened to us on dual media economy in a profound way, while populating issues below very, very well, which were 3. I loved them. High mobile use, high inequality, data cost, and digital devices. And it divides as well. She lamented very well on saying that the country is adapting and taking Amapungane concept with warm hands, and this puzzle is expanding very well in South Africa. And Paula Frey on ethical journalism, she mentioned things that were very interesting. She addressed this concept very well, where she mentioned issues on AI, artificial intelligence, algorithmic distribution, automation, impact on trust, were drilled into our media heads very well and very profound. Then we moved to session 3. Honorable Louis, gentleman on my left-hand side, I loved that concept of ecosystem. It was very well explained to us, where he unpacked that issue very well, and it was compared against private and public media sector, thus showing a need for these sectors to work hand in glove together to carry this lovely product called media flow to another level. These media houses have to ensure that the voices of reason stay afloat and reach every community in every village, town, city, province, and country. Therefore, collaboration becomes a must for these entities to ensure that these voices are heard, not loud, but impactful in action. It moved to the other gentleman, Puti Reggie, collaborating with stakeholders to sustain these media practitioners and houses through ensuring the return on investments as they are sustainable, visible enough to the parties involved. Meaning to say, every concept that you might have within your bags, you need to be putting it to whoever there that is there in a way that they understand that what is in for them as the return on investment? Do you remember a question asked yesterday? Who is a journalist? That triggered a lot to me. I was like, yeah, my God, I'm an accountant, but this journalism thing goes a very long way. But never mind, journalism is becoming one of the most lucrative journeys one can take to see their wealth legacies come live for their generations. This reminds me a verse in the Bible, which is Hosea 4 verse 6, that says, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. I'm saying this because our children will never go to our graves and speak on them, but confidently embrace our graves and say, here lies a hero that paved the way for us. We had a lovely tea break and dinner, but we profusely apologize for the late dinner, but it was very nice. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, as practitioners, I say and I deeply request from my heart, never, ever allow anyone to play roughly with your wings, because they are the only tools you have to fly as an eagle. Never ever allow someone to say to you, this media thing is for those. It is for you to change the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful to be here. May God bless you. Amen.
We can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Tate Ralph Makanya, for those wise words. I am a person who believes in motivation quite well. And quotes are my favorite thing, because these are words that keeps us moving. Thank you so much. For those who just joined us, indeed, as Mr. Makanya said, we quite learned a lot yesterday from different stakeholders, or rather beneficiaries, or rather individuals from different sectors of communications and the media industry, from professors to lecturers to journalists to the members of the media, from government communications and so forth. So we are still going to be learning a lot on today. In our presence, we are joined by the executive mayor of Ngaka Motulumulema, Councillor Khumalo Molefe. May we give him a round of applause. In giving him a round of applause, also let's welcome him on stage, just to give us a word of support, or rather encouragement on this particular summit. May we help him.
Does it mean this one is not working? Oh, okay. Good morning. My name is Khumalo. However, my surname is Molefe. And I'm saying however deliberately because both of them are surnames. I also want to put a disclaimer before I start. I have never been to a university to study. So I just want to put that disclaimer, because every time I speak in the vicinity of the university, I speak with utmost care, because I've never literally practically been there to study. All my qualifications are through distant learning. And if I were to explain, it will take a whole day. I have no intention of disrupting this program. Let me greet the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Molete, and all your colleagues in the Academy of the Northwest University. Let me also greet the organizers of this prestigious event. And above all, let me greet the most important people, practitioners in the media space, those who are in learning and those who are in practice already, and everyone else I may have omitted. I must indicate that I came here by chance, and probably this is also part of communication. Those of us who are doctors, medical doctors, are managed by a receptionist. So you find the person who's most powerful in that practice is not actually the doctor, is the receptionist. And the receptionist has got the capacity to make or break that practice. And at the end of the day, the doctor does not know how the receptionist communicates with the client to an extent that it may bring down the practice. Now, the invitation for me to be here, I'm told, came many days ago. And I got to find out by chance yesterday. I was on my way to some village to do some work. And I got to find out that my office received the invitation. I only found out last night when somebody, one of the organizers, actually directly called me. And I was supposed to start there at 10, but I made a decision that I'm going to start here first. But God intervened. God works in mysterious ways. So God decided, I'm not going there. So he decided to pour a lot of rain. So as a result of that, I am not going away. I am part of you full time today, thanks to God, our good Lord. Now we're here as government, as your principal partner in the industry of communications, in whichever forms you come. As government, we are your principal partner. And we rely on you solely to communicate our message to the people. And that we can do work, however good, if it doesn't have communicators who are conscientized, the message would not reach the people, and the people will eventually revolt against their government, not because their government is bad, but because their government is doing so much, but it does not have the capacity to communicate its work. And largely, I argue that it's one of the weak areas of our government in its current form, in that we have not succeeded to conscientize our society at large, but our media area, to a point where we don't think what makes the news is sensation and negative news, but in our reporting and communicating, there's a sense of patriotism as well. And therefore, the partnership between ourselves as government and yourself is very critical. But you will also not survive. And I looked at the theme of this event quickly. And it's about securing our role, relevance, and sustaining ourselves in this industry and focusing largely on partnerships, because the media has evolved. In the past, we largely relied on radio, we largely relied on print, and we relied heavily on buying newspapers. I remember when I was growing up, I was buying all sorts of newspapers every Sunday. I stopped doing that I think for the last 8 years or so, because the media space has evolved and it requires practitioners to adapt. But for practitioners to also cope and sustain themselves today, they must be good and excel at building partnerships. Many of practitioners who largely report on community work, on government work, do not know how government is structured. In other words, what is a local municipality? What does a local municipality do? Does a practitioner know? What does a district municipality do? What is the link between the district municipality and the provincial government? What is the link between the provincial government and the national government? Whose responsibility is it to repair roads, to street lights? Whose responsibility is it to provide water and sanitation? But that will be achieved if we collaborate, if we partner. Government is not bigger than the people. No government, however big and good, can claim legitimacy over its people if it doesn't account to its people. And our message to you today, here and now, is that we in the government space will not succeed without you. We will not make it without you. So get closer to us. We are here offering ourselves, our collaboration. We are nothing bigger or better than you. We are mere servants. It's just that when we come, you stand up. Eh? It's not written anywhere. I suspect it's a sign of respect. But you know that in actual practical sense, you are our employers. We are employed to serve you and to account to you. In turn, you help us to take the message to the people. So you must never think that as mayors, as MECs, as premiers, ministers, and presidents, we are bigger than you. We are actually your servant. You can't tell us that we are busy and therefore we are inaccessible. What are we busy with? Because our business is people. And if indeed we are busy, communicators and practitioners would know, because it's them who must carry the message to the people. I want to indicate that I have made a commitment on behalf of government. When I speak today, I speak with total confidence and authority, because not only am I speaking as the executive mayor of the district of Ngaka-Mudirre-Mulema, I am also the provincial chairperson of SALGA in the Northwest. And SALGA means the South African Local Government Association. And therefore, when I speak and when I stand here today, you must know I speak on behalf of all councillors, all whips, all speakers, and all mayors. And if you want to access them and you've got frustrations, it means it is me who is frustrating you. and I am here to pledge our availability, our collaborations. If we don't invest in your work, we are making you too vulnerable, because communicators and practitioners today, because of the modern trends and how fast change happens, if government is not going to partner with you, you are inevitably going to be susceptible and open to various vulnerabilities. There are, and let me first commend you on the good work that you are doing in exposing the good work that government is doing, but also at the same time exposing the bad work that some of us in government are doing. If it were not because of you, we would not have had Zondo Commission. We had Zondo Commission, which exposed the nonsense some of us are doing in government because a media practitioner exposed it. We would not be having a Madlanga Commission today had it not been because of your commitment towards your profession. Now we know that those who are appointed and paid to protect us, to serve us, are corrupt. Not all of them, some of them are corrupt. But how did we know? We knew because we know because of you. The credit does not come to you, it will come to somebody else, but let's give it to you. On behalf of our government in the Northwest, we are giving you the credit for the good work that you have done as true patriots who are ethical. But I also want to indicate that there are many of you who are good. You have exposed corruption in this country. The only area where you are underperforming, and I must look you in the eye and tell you that the only area that you are underperforming is exposing corruption amongst your peers in the media space. That there are many of you in the media space who are living beyond their means. And how do they make money? They make money because they blackmail those who are in power. So their duty is to coordinate, collect scoops around a particular politician. And they get appointed by other rival politicians, and they get paid to run a consistent media campaign against this particular politician, and they get given ransoms. I'm talking practical involvement in corruption by some of you. I know that truth hurts. It's good when you report about us, but you hardly ever report. I don't remember a case where you have reported about one of your own and exposed one of your own, yet you see them every day and you look at them and say, but this fellow is living beyond his or her means. How is it practically possible? And you know how they do it. But my dear countrymen and women, our final and consolidated message is that without you, there is no South Africa. You are not starting today. There are many who came before you, who sacrificed their lives so that today we are gathered here in freedom. Through the might of a pen, they contributed to the liberation of this country. And today, we're sitting here today, free and democratic, because of people like you, because of people who played a role in that space without carrying an AK-47, for we are told that a pen is mightier than the sword. Keep doing that good work. We all understand the difficult socio-economic conditions that you are exposed to. But nonetheless, and despite all these challenges, you are keeping on keeping as professionals and as patriots. South Africa deserves people like you. Our democracy is young. It's strengthened by you. Without your resilience in the media, our democracy is vulnerable. May this summit be a total success and achieve its objective. And because what we are yearning for is sustaining and securing the future through collaborations, may you also take us by the hand. By the way, when I conclude, are you proud by some of our communication skills as public representatives? Hey? Don't you sometimes want to bury your head in the sand when some of us who are mayors and ministers are speaking in public? Don't you wish, when does he finish? Doesn't he realize he's talking nonsense? Can't he realize that he has said hundreds have you seen that? What is your role in correcting this nonsense? What is your role? What is your intention in correcting this embarrassment of those of us who are public speakers? Have you seen South African leaders, myself included, speaking in front of people, talking to the media, being interviewed? You feel like, niemand toch asseblief shame. So how do you close that gap? Because you can't sit there and cry and pray and hope for the best. Close that gap. Rona, when we get elected, there's just a gathering. It's just a gathering. People gather, and they like how you are standing or your voice, and they think, we think he can lead us. And then they nominate you, and then you are the mayor. There's no qualification required to be a mayor in terms of the Constitution of South Africa. Go and read the Constitution. No qualification required to be a minister. No qualification required to be a deputy minister. No qualification required to be an MEC, to be a premier, to be a mayor. The Constitution merely says you must not have a criminal record without an option of a fine, and all that. That's it. So that's how we are elected. So we're not trained to communicate. You must close the gap and come to us and offer us that capacity building. If I tell you my qualifications, you'll be shocked. It's close to nothing. But if I tell you the people I supervise chartered accountants, I supervise doctors, I supervise engineers, I supervise lawyers, but the Constitution requires nothing for me to be the mayor. I am raising this thing deliberately to say to you, communicators, your duty does not only begin and end with reporting the nonsense that we are doing, but we must think out of the box and close some of the gaps in society. If we do that, then we are true patriots who are strengthening our democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen that I have no paper, I have no speech, which is a confirmation that I came here unprepared. Thank you very much.
Let us give him one more time a round of applause. noticed or think that you are not unprepared, and that's one thing that I love about being able to speak without even preparing anything. And thank you so much, Councillor, for putting it bluntly so. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to repeat what you said, and I'm not going to add on top of that. We may give him a round of applause again. For those that welcome us, welcome, for those rather that just joined us, welcome to day 2 of the Northwest Media Sustainability and Collaboration Summit. In our presence again, let us acknowledge the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Northwest University's Mafeking campus, Dr. Joe Molete. Thank you so much. I did say that we'll be doing 2 sessions today, which deals with skills development, media student, and next generation journalist, advertising, brand partnership, and also audience growth strategies. With that being said, and without any waste of time, we are going straight to it. The session will be facilitated by Ms. Belina Lekhetwani, and we are going to be asking our speakers for the session of skills development, media students, and next generation journalist, Professor Gilbert Motatebe from the Northwest University's Mafeking campus, to come join us in front, and Nick Moto from the National Community Radio Forum to also join him in front, and also to ask our facilitator, Ms. Belina Lekhetwani, to come and facilitate the task. We are going to be taking our notes book, especially students. This is the time where we get to learn important stuff, to take questions so that you can engage in the facilitated Q&A questions and discussions. Thank you, Ms. Belina. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good day, colleagues. My name is Belina Lekhetwani. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity. I'll start by introducing myself. I am a former graduate for Northwest University campus, Mafeking, for my Bachelor in Communications and Honors. In 2008, I completed my communications degree, and 2009, I completed my honors. I hope it doesn't reveal my age. I'm currently employed as the Head of Communications, Media in Government. I'm also a spokesperson for the municipality. And I'm also a board member for Northwest Media Awards. I'm honored for this opportunity to facilitate today's session. I'll be combining today's session, Colleagues Skip Friday. I'll start by introducing our panel members. My fellow board member, Mayor Brenda, can you also please join us on stage? I'll start by the bio for Professor Gilbert Motatebe. Prof. Gilbert Motatebe is a full-time professor, Deputy Dean for Teaching and Learning at Northwest University. He has built an outstanding career in academia and media practice, having taught at University of Johannesburg, United Arab Emirates University, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, and institution in Japan. He previously worked for Bob TV, SABC, and ETV. He also served in the Northwest Premier's office and is a judge for the Vodacom Journalist of the Year. Prof. Motatebe holds a PhD from University of Wits. Let me just summarize it. That is the first bio. I'm gonna go to Mrs. Brenda Ramokopelwa. Ms. Brenda is a multi-award-winning futurist, governance specialist, and transformative leader with over 2 decades of strategic leadership experience. She serves as CEO of TAFT, a global think tank focused on socio-economic shifts driven by technology and innovation. She is also the founder of Afro-Longevity, pioneering research, education, and advocacy in Africa. Brenda serves on an international advisory platform and is the chairperson for the Northwest Media Awards, where she champions sustainability and resilience for community and regional media. Our third panel member, Kintate Nick Motou. Mr. Nick is a respected media practitioner and community broadcasting leader in South Africa. He is the founder of Madibeng FM and currently serves as chairperson of the National Community Radio Forum in the Northwest. With extensive experience on radio management, public communication, and community development, he has played a key role in strengthening the voice of local communities through broadcasting. Nick is passionate about media, transformation, youth empowerment, and access to information. His leadership continues to support the growth, sustainability, and impact in community radio. We'll be combining, like we have mentioned, session 4 and session 5 today. Our fellow panel members, before you give your presentation, the following will be the expectations of the conversation we'll be having. It's Friday, it's going to be a conversation. Now, the session for theme 4 is says skills development, media students, and the next generation of journalists. As your audience would like to find out from yourself, why should young people still pursue studies in journalism, media management, media license, or photography in today's time? Are we really equipping students with practical, industry-ready skills? Or are we too theoretical? Or are we being practical? Those will be the conversation after your presentations. There's also a debate out there, fellow panel member. We know that experience, there's a say that says experience is equivalent to qualification. Now, there are journalists or media practitioners with more than 30 years experience, or 20 years, or 10 years. There is a growing notion that says experience is equivalent to qualification. What is your view on this within the media industry? Can one succeed in broadcasting, still provide ethical news to the community with experience? Or are we really saying that we need qualification? And there's this young person, Evelina. She just finished her qualification, but she does not have experience at all. Are we really saying that she's ready without a mentorship to be in local government communication, or print, or television? Or can we really encourage our students listening that we need to strike a balance? To the Northwest University, my prof, what is that what we are saying RPL, recognition of prior learning? We've got this journalist with 30 years experience, higher qualification at all. What is the collaboration and what is the role of Northwest Media capacity building, skills gap, to ensure that these journalists still remain sustainable? This means that it is our role together to ensure that person gets a formalized RPL process with the POE that is in hand. And our session 5 conversation will be definitely on the advertising, brand partnership, and audience growth. Now, still on this session, we're checking this community media. We've got a role of supporting community media. There is a Village FM Komatau, there is Hateng FM Komorule. As corporate, are we really advertising our brand to them? Is it enough? Are we sometimes pledging back to these radio stations? There are radio stations that does not even have a full banner. What is that that we are saying? So what is the partnership that we are saying we can do to them? Are we still doing enough with regard to capacity building them? Because the audience growth is that there is that an old lady who will get that first-hand information if we were to sustain that radio station. So those are the conversation we'll be having. I hope you noted them. We'll come back to them bullet by bullet. I'll be giving Prof the first stage to do the presentation. Thank you very much.
I can use that one. That's fine. Thank you so much. Is this working? Good. Thank you so much, Le Khatwane. It is indeed a pleasure to be here and to see so many faces here. And also, let me also join in to acknowledge our executive mayor, Khumalo Molefe. I know that, of course, Khumalo Molefe, both say names. And also acknowledge the presence of our DVC, Dr. Joe Molete. It is a pleasure to have you with us this morning. And also acknowledge the presence of Re Ananias Ndlovu. We serve together in the steering committee of the Moral Regeneration Movement, so we are ethical leader. And I must also not forget to acknowledge the presence of my former Bob TV colleague from the early days of Bob TV, Godfrey Patudi. It is a pleasure to see you. God, we come a long way indeed. But my topic, actually, the topic we're given, and the topic for the session actually, is skills development, media students, and next generation of journalists. And I think the topic for today is apt indeed, in the sense that it resonates very strongly with what ourselves as the faculty are considering currently, because we attach more strides to enhancing our graduate attributes, but also ensuring the employability of our students, making sure that we also foster the entrepreneurial mindset, because we do realize that we open within a context where there is also a problem of work employment out there. So we do not necessarily want to unleash the problem in the marketplace, but we want to unleash the caliber of students who will then be able themselves to apply what they have learned here to even create jobs, to create a service that will go a long way also in responding or adding value to the country's developmental agenda. So I have been given this, and I hope I will be able to, okay, so this will be it. KG. Okay, my leader, just show me once, with technology. Yeah, technology is always like this, so where do I press leadership? Thank you so much. Indeed. And before I go into the presentation and also just to allay Molefe's concern about what he raised with regard to self-examination, or we ourselves as journalists, because I'm a pra-academic, meaning that I wear two caps. I belong to both journalism practice as well as academia. So I have that dual citizenship. And in terms of the issue that Molefe has raised, indeed, it's also the issue that I have considered quite extensively elsewhere in my work. And one of my publications that had gained a lot of traction, titled Quis Quistedit Ipsis Quistedis, simply meaning that who will guard the guards. And that, go to the core, because in that particular publication, I recognize the great work that media practitioners are doing to expose corruption and actually acting as a fourth estate in addition to the three arms of government. They are doing great work. But I do also note the concern that there is that tendency, relating to unscrupulous practices that has the potential to undermine the good work that journalists are doing. And I'm talking about issues of brown envelope that we know very well, and issues where certain stories are not covered simply because somebody might have paid a bribe. So we'll never read about that kind of story. So those are some of the real issues that we know exist, and as Raymond was saying, there are those practicalities. So I just want to assure you that we do time to time entertain those kind of concerns, and I know that from ethical point of view, journalists, we do have a code of conduct, and as a rule of thumb, we try by all means to abide by those. But in each and every profession, there will always be bad apples, so it does not only apply to certain institutions, as you would have noted before the Matanga, but also even within our profession, hence what I called Quistis Ipsis Quistedis. So in terms of what I will be talking about, I'll provide a quick overview. I'm mindful of the time, and I'll talk about skills development briefly, critical skills for the next generation of media practitioners, before going to the contextual relevance of what we do here at university, and along that continuum, I will also be addressing some of the concerns or the issues that Lekhetwane was raising, and I will also conclude by talking about the entrepreneurial mindset that we are trying to inculcate here at the Northwest University. My leadership, can you operate for me? Can I ask the gentleman there to operate for me, who was assisting? Because I might be going the wrong way. Yeah. Yeah, if you go to slide 1. Yeah, so it's giving all of us the same thing. But that's the nature of technology. KG, please assist us, leader, so that we can follow what I'm about to talk about. But if I can talk about the overview, the skills development, of course, is quite crucial and even more important in our area, because the media landscape is burgeoning and it evolves at an alarming rate as a result of the rapid technological development, the digital milieu in which we operate, as well as the changing audience habits and consumption patterns. As you know, that we are dealing with elusive audiences. As media practitioners, we rely on audience for business. The audience are the customers. And also, they are quite fragmented. It's quite different from what we had in the olden days, where we were talking about traditional programming and scheduling. These days, it's very fluid, because audiences are all over the place. You cannot say that, at 8 o'clock, I'm targeting this particular audience. They will be watching at their own time. So the audience are now in control, as opposed to the previous days where media practitioners were in control. So they are in control of what they want to watch, when they want to watch it, using what platforms. And these are some of the dynamics that we must consider. Also the rise of platformization, which is the production as well as the distribution of media content, because these days is quite unique in the sense that anyone can produce content and still reach a mass audience. In the past, it was quite different, because mass audience were only the terrain of professional media houses. Individuals did not have, the advantage of reaching mass audience. But with the platformization, as well as the rise in internet technology, the audience can produce content, distribute it, and wherein we also have an element of public deliberation, where the audience can also speak back. They can respond even with the mass media or the mainstream media. The audience can also speak back and say, through the comment sections that we do have in this platform. So this is quite an interesting development. So the world these days has become more sophisticated, which brings the element of data massification, referring to the complex nature of the data, that also calls for sophistication in terms of the skills that we must then bring to the fore as media practitioners. For example, if you are doing an investigation, criminals these days are way more sophisticated. So you will need those type of skills yourself as a media practitioners in order to do a proper investigation, to mine such data and establish the digital train that can then enable you to establish the patterns and be able to be on top of the game. The gentleman operating the slide, where did you disappear? Yes, to the next one. Okay, KG. Thank you, KG. Where did you go, KG? Okay, go back, KG. Yes. KG, with technology, it's always the case. Where are we, KG? Yeah, so, can I operate from here? It will be much easier. I think I can speak to from here. Is it fine? Yeah, I can. So that I can do this manually. That's the one indeed, my leader. Yeah. So the world requires dynamic teaching, and I'm speaking from ourselves as education of higher learning. So we are trying to foster that kind of agility, which means that we are also responding to context, flexibility, innovation, and in terms of collaboration. So what we teach must also be contextually relevant, adaptable, and we do promote the application of knowledge in the real world environment, which is something that Mel Khatwani was talking about. We want also to give our students the opportunity to apply what they have learned in the classroom in the real environment. Hence, we are consistently working on establishing collaboration and partnership with the media industry, government included Councillor Molefe. Also, we want to instill an entrepreneurial mindset, as I have highlighted, and further prepare students for the world of work, thereby making sure that they are employable, because in the past, we were doing what John Crowley was referring to as fixed journalism. Because what you will find in the media industry, and I used to work with students from the early days of Bomb TV, for example, with students from tertiary institutions, you are TUT, Peninsula Technicon, the Technicons from Devon, the ML South and South. But what you find most of the time when you get those type of students, you find that what they know is theory. Now, once they get to the newsroom, more or less what they have learned becomes almost irrelevant. And that's one of the reasons why actually I ended up joining academia, because I wanted to bridge that gap between the classroom and the real work environment, so that I contribute from that particular perspective. So these days, some of the critical skills that will be necessary, of course, in the future, artificial intelligence is something that is with us and that is unavoidable. Of course, some of us will always be technophobia, and of course there will always be that kind of panic whenever a new technology emerges. But journalists are increasingly, or media practitioners in general, including communicators, communication practitioners, they are increasingly going to need to be adept with AI skills. Thereby, they must be able to use AI to generate content, to do any sort of investigation, do fact-checking, because this is the nature of the business. Multimedia skills, we all know it's non-negotiable these days. We need media practitioners who are able to work across platforms and also using these digital gadgets that we have at our disposal. It's quite different because even with your smartphone, you can do anything that a professional communicator or a professional media practitioner with very expensive equipment will be able to do. That you can do from your smartphone. So we need journalists who are able to use that and also be able to develop or generate content and still be able to distribute it across all these platforms. And as I said, that is quite important because our audiences are then fragmented. If you are only going to use one platform, these days you will miss your audience, because when people are at work, when some of them, they are busy with their businesses, they know that they will always come to catch up with some of these platforms. But you don't know where you are going to find that particular audience, which is the reason why you need to target all these platforms so that you can then locate that audience at least in one of those platforms. So digital literacy as opposed to digital naivety is quite important and is going to be an important skill of the future. Issues around data journalism is very important. You need to be able, as a media practitioner, mind the data that is available and use it quite in a way that is able to inform your story, for example, because in the past we relied on anecdotal evidence. Now these days, with data journalism, you are able to really bring some form of evidence, real evidence to your story, and we have seen how journalists, like for example, investigative journalists have really used this to uncover a lot of corruption, but beyond corruption, other issues that somebody was trying to hide, because they are able to use digital journalism quite profitably and further use data visualization to illustrate the story quite properly to the audience. So those are some of the non-negotiable skills. But most importantly, the digital entrepreneurship is one of the key skills that we need to prioritize, and that's what we are doing here at the university. We are working with various centers in our university, like the business centers. We have a digital hub. So we are trying to work very closely with them so that our students have entrepreneurial skills. They can then use their media experience or what they learn to start their own business, but also to become entrepreneurs within these digital ecosystems. In one of the contexts where I taught previously, I was actually shocked because I was a bit naive when I started at that particular institution. But then I realized quickly that they are operating quite differently from us in this context, because they are focused. They were actually training entrepreneurs, they were training business people, as opposed to us who were more training people for employment. They were training people who will go out there to create jobs. That's why that country, then it relies on, I think, 90% of the population are people coming from outside. And those people coming from outside, they are coming there to work for those people, because when they send people to university, they are training the students there to create jobs, not to become employees, but to become employers. So I think that's something that we can do here. Hence, we are trying to inculcate this entrepreneurial mindset. So in terms of contextually relevant curriculum, we want to ensure that our curriculum is alive to the current realities. And in fact, it was Foucault who said that you can't find a solution to a problem from a solution of another problem raised at another moment by other people. And by that, we wanted to say that we must pay attention to particularism as opposed to universalization that we tend to emulate a lot, thereby parachuting solutions from elsewhere and hoping that they will work for our context. And what we have found elsewhere in our work is that higher institutions in South Africa often produce graduates who are unemployable in spite of skill shortage in a number of sectors. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to work very closely with role players in the industry and our communities to identify skills that we can then try to address them by empowering our graduates with those skills, so that when they leave this institution, they go out there and address those skill shortage, as opposed to a model of universalism that does not work properly for developing context, particularly for the African context. So we constantly ask ourselves, how do we ensure that our work responds adequately to the pressing needs of our time and the developmental agenda of our country? So I talked about the industry involvement that we prioritize, and I'm happy that we have been a forum of this nature where we have been all the stakeholders, including industry role players. So we also continuously review our curriculum to ensure that we meet market needs with those inputs that we get from industry stakeholders. So we want to build that meaningful partnership, and also we want to inculcate local and global awareness. We don't want to ignore our context, the cultural particularities. We also want to make sure that even our languages are not neglected. We still want to make sure that our students are able to write in our own languages. We want our students to write stories or the work that they do. They must still be able to hold their thought in our languages, so that we do not become another hegemonic devices at the expense of our own indigenous knowledge systems, indigenous languages. We want our students to be able to write stories in Afrikaans, in Setswana, Sesotho, Xhosa. Those are some of the languages that are the languages of official languages of our universities. And we also encourage, as I said, multilingualism. We want, in other ways, to ensure that what we teach, our curriculum, is fit for purpose. So it is important to also identify a skills gap and respond accordingly, as I indicated. So this is some of the things that we are consistently doing as a university, and we realize that it's important to work with the stakeholders going forward to address some of the skills gap. We ask ourselves questions that, such as how best to produce industry-ready students. We don't want the kind of a situation where our students go out there and then you start training them afresh in the industry. We want to make sure that they are, that's why we want the industry stakeholders to have a hand in the curriculum, but also to be meaningfully involved by way of maybe offering guest lecturers, and also integrating work, making sure that work integrated learning is part and parcel of what we offer. And we ask ourselves, what kind of teaching approach is required for this purpose? What kind of assessment will be required? How do we harness our industry relationship to produce industry-ready students? So in that sense, we are prioritizing, for example, application-based type of assessment, problem-solving learning, those type of modalities to develop skills that are crucial for not only academia, but for professional success. So project-based learning, very important, so that our students can then problematize and ensure that what they learn is applied meaningfully to develop something that can be used to address issues out there. So community engaged learning is also part and parcel of what we do as we endeavor to encourage our students to identify local community problems and propose humanities-based solutions. So we are very busy with all those, but we continue to develop lots of partnership even with external institutions. We work very closely with external institutions, both in Africa and overseas. We have got that type of relationship, so that there is that cross-pollination of ideas and knowledge. We are not only looking at our context in a linear perspective, but we are approaching it from a multi-dimensional perspective. We ask ourselves questions such as, how can we build meaningful partnership? And I believe that forums of this nature will go a long way in helping us achieve some of this. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think I will end here, and will be engaging, of course, with during question time. I will be welcoming less controversial questions. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank
Prof, we will now go to Mr. Nick to share his insights. We have heard a lot and you have a great experience, more radio, Takhaso. Can you share with us a bit on that?
Madam delegates, the guys, the team, the monarch, and yeah. Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to present something that I've prepared, but now Professor Kamona, who lived to academically, but now it gave me an idea of what to present and what to share with you. And before that, Kerato Leboha, delegates anything who got Mosamina, which is very important. Gilboni thing, and go Hakiba Mamavizo, but the Kerato Lamela Leboha, this let me try to speak English. I'm a South African, Kimosutu. Against the South Africans, you must learn these languages, all of us, no matter what skin color you are. Good morning, good morning, Sanbonai. I've started getting involved in broadcasting in 1994. I think 1994, the government was busy establishing the regulator. It was called Independent Broadcasting Authority by then, which is now called ICASA. Now, we made a lot of presentation because I was still at varsity by the time, where we made some submissions talking about disadvantaged communities. How can they get involved in broadcasting, especially they were not exposed in broadcasting for a long time. The only way that we had to get involved in broadcasting, if you wanted to be a broadcaster, you had to be a school teacher. I think some of the old veterans broadcasters will tell you that that was a basic qualification to be a broadcaster. But now, things have changed. I think throughout all these 3 decades that I've been involved, I've seen the transformation of the first era of community radio stations to even to the new college radio stations now, because it has evolved a lot. Now, through that experience, we had challenge of qualified presenters, because now it was a new thing, especially for disadvantaged community. You find most of them, they only started getting involved in broadcasting radio, not having qualifications. Now, but they had talent, and they had a lot of stories to tell. I think you know where stories start from. It starts from our communities, politics, especially even coming out from the apartheid era. Now, we had a lot of stories to tell. Now, with the whole transformation of broadcasting and regulation and all that, regulation, I think it started very well accommodating disadvantaged communities, and again, even languages, because that's where you started having your Swana community radio, Sotho community radio, church, gospel radios, and you've seen different radios developing. But now, as we evolved, we had challenges. I think most of the challenges has always been the funding, the training, and most of them Black community stations we had to train from nowhere. We get someone who's got experience will come in and mentor. We get other veteran broadcasters will come into those community radio stations and mentor those community radio stations. Now, another challenge that has developed, I think even the regulator is still having issues about it, it's about the governance. Some people still don't understand what is community radio. They still don't understand what the governance of community radio. Now, that's another challenge. And you find, now the regulator will say, yes, we need to have community participation, and you need to appoint the board, they need to come in there, and they need to run the radio station. Now, the challenge is, those community members, do they have qualification? Do they know how to run community radio? I don't know, I'm asking you. Do you think they have experience? No, most of them don't have. They don't have. It becomes difficult where the challenges will start. You get an experienced station manager. Maybe he's been running a radio station for a couple of years. under different board. Now you come, the new board come in. Now the station manager is speaking Chinese to the new board. The new board don't understand the radio. Sometimes they'll just say yes, 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 yes. Now other communities will end up saying, nah, that man is he's controlling the board. The board are not doing nothing. You understand? But these are the challenges that we have. But we have organizations such as MDDA. I think NCFF, we had meetings with MDDA, even ICASA, where we raised this question saying, some of the board members, when they come in and do induction, we need to do training, because you cannot manage a station without knowing the purpose of the station or how to run the radio station. Even if you get reports from the station manager, but how are you going to interpret those reports? So these are challenges that we have, and even today, still a headache. You know, you find even now the regulator will change the regulation, but the community are not educated with those regulations. They come into the board, they see, I'll give you an example. I think everybody will agree with me that community radio station is the highly regulated industry. More than any other, talking about SABC is not highly regulated. You're talking about commercial, it's not highly regulated. But when it comes to community radio stations, it's highly regulated. And even us, I think my 30 years, sometimes I'm surprised I find new regulations like, I didn't know about it. But do you get trained? Do we get a workshop about that? Sometimes, even if you go to a workshop, they'll just talk generally, but sometimes it's not been interpreted in a way, or trained. Remember, there's a difference between a training and a workshop. But we're not trained. But these are the challenges that we're talking about. But now, all this brings to what I'm trying to say, is that the partnership, especially when it comes to community radio stations development, it is very important. You know, we talk with MDA, we talk not only MDA, even the municipalities to come in to ask for funding, to say we need to train the station managers, management, or even including the board, so that they can understand the importance of community radio stations, they can understand how to run community radio stations, even developing the policies for community radio stations. Because at the moment, most of community radio stations, or put it simple, majority of community radio stations, they are on their own. Now, we see many community radio stations closing down. It's either lack of finance, it's either the stations getting hijacked, because that's another big problem, especially when we head into local community radio stations. We'll be seeing a lot of political parties hijacking community radio stations. They know that community radio stations, they have to do the AGM, they have to appoint the board. Now, these political parties, they will pay somebody, say, yes, just go there and make sure that you get into the board. If that man, the station manager, is telling you that if you don't do politics or you're not taking our sides, you must get rid of him, put somebody else, ours, so that we hijack that station. This problem is not, it's been happening for years. Some of the stations who were hijacked, they closed down. ICASA can pick it up, sometimes they can't pick it up, but the communities, they know. Journalists, they know. Sometimes some of the journalists, some of the colleagues, they turn the blind eye. They keep quiet about it. This is another big challenge that we had as community radio stations. Now we come to another one. Remember, the regulation, it limits community radio stations to make an income. And there's this new regulation that came in, and which I want to challenge the regulator, actually to ask them why. To syndicate with online other media. I'll give you an example. You know, like the background of what's happening in the media. We have like the TikTok, a lot of people are moving, they're producing their own thing, they're doing their online media content and all that. Some of them, they're doing podcasts as well. And this is storytelling, this is community storytelling. Now the regulator came in and said, all the community stations, you're not allowed to use podcasts. Why? We don't know. No reason stated. Now, abuti pita ke o le ko motseng, like a corporate, Bapu. Now, he doesn't have access to Matomoko radio. He doesn't work for the radio, but he has his cell phone. He has a small mic, maybe he's got a nice corner there. He's developing his own podcast. He's talking to the community about the community matters in Bapu. Now, they've packaged that. Let's talk. Now, isn't our responsibility as community radio, if it doesn't Peter or package that, if he packaged that, are we not supposed to podcast that? We're supposed to. Because the purpose of community radio station is to tell the stories. Some people may not do it live, they can do it as pre-recorded. Pre-recorded, I think, is the old way that we use it. We call it podcast now. But you see, these are the challenges that we have. Okay, let's move away from the regulator. We come to advertising. Why community radio stations don't make money? It's because community stations are treated as a training ground for talented community members. Sometimes, yes, even qualified as well. Now, we have another monster that's actually challenging or giving community radio stations a problem, BRC. Broadcast, I think the Broadcast Research Center. Yes. They don't do their work. I remember my first approach with them, we were running Madibing FM already by the time it was running for about 5 years. By that time we're using 4.3 kilowatt. It's a big transmitter of community radio, meaning I'm covering Bojana areas, because I'm sitting in the border of Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. So I would reach those areas as well. Even Bojana. Now BRC came in, they did their research, say, Maribing, you have 20,000 listenership. Okay, no problem. I asked them, can I have a summary of that so I can understand your research? Who did you talk to? Where households? Which areas are you talking to? Funny enough, when they showed me, say, Maribing somewhere in Mahike, and I said, you're not talking about Maribing FM. What are you talking about? But yeah, Maribing is somewhere, it's around Mahike. And I said, no, that's not, you're talking about somebody else. But when I asked them, and I said, give me a proof, let me see. Now they started saying, we cannot give you proof because you're not paying the subscription levy to BRC, meaning the people who benefit to get the subscription research, it's your commercial stations which are paying the subscription levy. Now, the question came and saying, how do you do a research about me, but you cannot give me that data? You telling me that only people who get only that information are the people paying subscription. Are you saying to me, people are buying listenership? So community stations, we just back up to say, yeah, they're there, but let's just give them small figure listenership. But those who pay big money, we'll give them listenership. Now, I saw that as a corruption. And I said, it's unfair. But it's fine. Let's leave it. We asked them, please remove us, never do research about us. We haven't given you permission to use our name and do research on us because your research is a fraud. Now, how is it corruption, or how does it destroy community radio stations? It's because advertisers, when they advertise, they look at those ramps and say which radio station in Northwest he's got more listenership and all that. Now, if they find like, no, our listenership, like it's at a low level, they're not going to advertise. They always want those guys who've got big listenership. That's another challenge that we have with community radio stations. Let's leave the BRC. Coming back to another one. So I'm just going to run short on this problem, the challenges that we have with community radio stations. The municipalities, it's another problem. According to the law, I think we know that 30% of their budget is supposed to be spent on the local media. But does it happen? No, it doesn't happen. When you go to the municipalities, they'll always tell them, because we know the campaigns, what they need to do, if they have to advertise maybe give the updates about water problems or maybe infrastructure problems or updates or anything, or the mayor wants to do the interview, we sell them the airtime. Now, what's annoying is that if you go to the municipalities, I'm sure some of my colleagues will agree with me. You get someone else saying, I'll give you the interview and all that stuff, but it's there. And the minute you start saying no, then they say, you can leave, we're not going to do business with the station. That's the treatment that we get. Our municipalities do not do enough business with community media. That 30%, and I'm sure on the financial year end, I just wish I can see the report. Where is it spent to? If they can publish, maybe they put it in public and say that 30%, these are the local media that we spend. And again, it goes to national. Sometimes national, you work with the GCIS, we happy with them, we work with them. Some other departments are unfair. You find a department, they have a budget, they can book a public broadcast and pay millions. When they come to community stations, they say, no, you have to do it for free. That's another challenge that we have. Because community media, community radio stations are undermined. And let me tell you one of the good news things that I know about community radio stations. That's the ground work. You know, if you want a talent, people who knows about broadcasting, technically, to produce, even presenting, even preserving our language and our heritage, you only find that from community radio stations. I'm sorry to kind of criticize your public broadcaster. It's disappointing if I'm watching, our public broadcaster television, and you always find American things there. Our African thing, our African ways of living, our culture is not promoted in those stations anymore. But if you want a platform where you see it's being practiced, you only find that in community radio stations. You want to know Setswana? Listen to Mahikeng FM. You come here, they speak Mahikeng FM. You want to know Setswana street language? You still go to those local community radio stations. You want to know what's happening right from the streets? You go to community radio stations, because that's the only media that brings you what's happening in our communities. And cut it in short, I think as national and a chairperson of National Community Radio Forum in Northwest, we request that every other stakeholders, let's please build community radio stations, support community radio stations, partner with community radio stations, because that's where you'll find the raw talent. And I will ask you, the professor, I said you were talking about academic. Please have a faculty where management of community radio stations can be trained. They can come to varsity. Not only presenters, but we're talking about management of how to run a local community radio, or it can be local newspaper as well. And other thing is that I wanted to add on top of that, because we've got television as well. I didn't go, I can tell you for television, I didn't go. I taught myself how to operate camera. I think the setup that you see there, I can see what the guys did without even going close to them. I've trained myself to do it. I think most of community stations, this is what we teach the locals as well. Do not just be a presenter and a newsreader. Learn the technical side of it, how to get sound into a mic and how to get it home. And we call it engineering, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But it seems like the community station is doing very good. But we colleges as well can do that, teach our communities as well how to put or build community radio stations as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the wealth of media experience. We will now be going to Ms. Brenda Rambo-Bello. Good morning, everyone.
As introduced, my name is Brenda Mukopelwa. Looks like I'll have to reintroduce myself. Lina ke Brenda Ramukopelwa. I today stand here as a buyer of the media. Unlike the previous speakers, I am not a journalist. I do not come from the media space, but I'm privileged to be leading the board of that recognizes community media, community journalism. And for that, I am privileged because I'm learning a lot about media and also understanding that it sounds like it is a game of the haves and the have-nots. It sounds like whether you are looking at advertising and partnership, which are the subjects that I'm going to be talking about today, it sounds like it's either you have money, and if you have money, you can either go back and then ignore the little people, and or if you don't have anything, you can do it for free. You can manipulate wherever you can. And also, in terms of partnerships or in terms of engagement, it depends on where you are based, who you can reach, whether you've got the means to reach those people or not. So for me, it centers around ethics, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that because my background is on governance. The two previous speakers spoke a lot about skills development. They spoke a lot about regulation as far to an extent that it impacts community media, those journalists that are sitting in the villages, the rural areas, those journalists that cannot afford to reach the people that have got the stories that they want to report on in the media houses that are not funded enough to be able to do this. But another thing that I picked up was where we're talking about regulations, where we are saying that it sounds like there is a whole lot of regulation that is not enabling as it should, but in some instances restricting these media houses to grow. So I think we need to start thinking about that and trying to find solutions around that. But also what came through for me is that, especially as a person who is not in the media or a practitioner, for me is that it sounds like the media people are talking to the media people. It sounds like you are forgetting who your client is. I'm wondering, sitting there listening to this, to the presentation yesterday and what I'm listening to today, and just in my experience as a business person, to say, when we are setting up the media houses, and especially at community level, do we stand back and think, what is it that this community needs? What type of messaging do they need to be, sent out there? And what type of messages do they want to get in terms of what are the types of stories that will be important for this community, for them to receive and for them to send out? Do you sit, and I'm going to do make an example of a village, because I come from a village. If you want to tell stories about that community in the village, do you really go and speak to, I'll give an example of the tribal council, understand what their strategy is for their community, what is it that they want to do, and then when you report based on that, the things that they have done, the things that they haven't done. Community members, what are the things that are pain points for them? And then you put it in such a way that, one, it aims to achieve something, it aims to push something out, or it aims to elevate or empower. So I wonder about those things, because when you're talking about partnership, for me, co-creation becomes very important. Sitting down with me as a consumer or as a buyer of what you're doing and understand what my objective is becomes very important, because it determines whether that advert that you're going to put down for me will deliver the message that I need delivered. It's not going to be something that I can just use AI to generate and still get. I need to see that competitive edge between me choosing you as a person in the community who understands me as a community member versus me going to go and find a fancy media house that is sitting in Pretoria or Joburg. Sorry for mentioning the names of the cities, but it sounds like I'm gonna go there because I see them on TV and they've got reach. The last speaker spoke about, they will ask you about the numbers. Who are you reaching and how big are you? How else are you going to grow? Because you start somewhere, right? You start with nothing. You are building this. You possibly a student coming out of university and you say, this is my dream, this is what I'm going to do. You're going to start from nothing. Who is supposed to build you? If it's not us, the businesses in that community, the municipalities in those communities, the government that is putting these regulations, the regulation needs to be enabled for me. The businesses that are in that community, those are your first buyers that you should be reaching out to. And they need to be able to understand why that partnership is important. So that education that you were speaking about, colleagues earlier on, is not only for the journalists or for the community, for the community media. It's also for us as the people that are consuming this. Sometimes we don't know how to engage with media. We don't know if I say, I've got a budget of 100,000, and then you tell me, hey, my advertising space is 200,000. I think, it means I can't use you. And I'll go and find somebody who I can use. And somebody tells me, oh, but why did you have to pay 100,000? I got it for free, because that story is important, they're gonna come. Because I am comparing you to another media house that has got funding, that is able, and when you don't have any of that. So if you sit down, reach out to me, and then say, this is me, I'm in the community, this is what I do, this is the money, this is how far I can reach. And I say to you, I've got 20,000. We sit down and say, if you have 20, this is what I can do for you. If you've got 50, sometimes we might have the budget, but we don't know because we do not have the expertise. So maybe for me, I wish that we can get to a point, and I'm specifically talking about community media because I think sometimes, I don't know if it's a confidence thing where they think they cannot reach out and go to these businesses and go to these tribal councils, municipalities, government officials, and knock on those doors. Sometimes it needs that cold knock where you say, this is me, this is what I do, this is what I like to do, this is how I would like to work with you. And if you realize that I do not have the knowledge, I don't understand how you work, I don't understand how media works, educate me, right? Let's go back to regulation because that's important. If you fail from a regulatory point of view, it means me, the consumer, I'm not gonna get the news that I'm supposed to get. It means me, the consumer or the buyer, I'm not going to advertise, right? I'm not gonna be compliant in terms of engaging media. At the same time, it means I'm not gonna allow you the independence that you need to be able to do that work for me. But so the education becomes important. It is you educating me so that I understand how you work, so I'm able to support you or partner with you, but it is also you understanding what the regulation requires. I think we need to also get over this thing that regulation is what it is. No. Regulation is written on a piece of paper. It was thought of by people like me and you sitting here. If regulation is restricting, to what extent do we challenge that? How do we engage with that, with the authorities or the bodies that the regulatory body to say, this is not working. Do we offer solutions as well? Because it's one thing to come up with issues, but we are not offering solutions. You know, show them. Sometimes they don't know. They are putting regulation because the regulation has always been there. Nobody's questioning it. So as far as the regulators are concerned, this works. So to what extent do we as community media then go back to them and say, guys, things are changing. We need to evolve as well. And this is how we can change. So for me, those things are very important. But I need to also speak about, this thing of funding. I think we need to be very creative about getting this funding into our own media houses and working with the buyers or consumers of media. There is a lot of money that is sitting, especially in private institutions, that is called advertising budget. Most of that money, sometimes it gets reallocated to something else because people, one, they do not have stories to tell, and the stories that they've got, they are not even impactful. They do it to tick a box so that they can say, we spend it is there. The engagement is required for you to say, guys, if you are doing your planning for the year, include us in. Maybe you've got the commercial media houses that you are working with or whatever the case might be. I'm also small. I promise you there's a lot of companies that are looking as a way of empowerment, as a way of uplifting. They are looking for smaller media houses in smaller communities to work with. One of the reasons is for CSI as well. They are looking for stories that are told about communities, which are good stories. They are looking for projects that are being done in these areas. They don't know about it because they are not there. They are sitting in their high-rise buildings. But if you guys tell those stories and work with them to expose that, it helps them in so many ways. One, you get that budgeting, that advertising budget. The second thing, you get to do that continuous work with them, but at the same time, your work is impactful because you're giving back to community in the sense that you are putting them in the platform that they are known if they are doing good things. You are putting them in a platform where there are ills in the community, at least the related authorities know about that. So it's a, give and take type thing. It should not be, this is how we were taught to be creative around it. I mean, with ESG right now, there are so many things that from a media, especially at community level, can be done. So have a look at how that regulation has changed. See where there are gaps where you can come in. And I can tell you right now, there's a lot of opportunity that sits there, but nobody's going to go to you and say, here's my money, take it, I want to do this. Sometimes you get companies, especially, or businesses, especially in rural communities, they really cannot afford, but they need the exposure to grow. The same way that I said, as a media house, you start small, but as you tell stories, you grow, you get that listenership, and then you become bigger, and then you can tick that box that was spoken about. But remember, the same applies to these businesses. The same applies to that little village. The same applies to that community person that's sitting there wanting to tell their story. So I think as they support you, you also need to support them just to make sure that you can grow together. And then that brand partnership has got trust, is impactful, and then it has that continuous development leg on it. To the universities and other institutions that are doing training workshops. I think I connected online yesterday. Unfortunately, I wasn't here. I think there was a gentleman from MDDA who was talking about they offer workshops and governance. How many of the small media houses attend those workshops? How many of you sitting around the table other than graduating and saying, I've got a degree in journalism? To what extent do you do your continuous education? bodies like that exist. You know, what is it that needs to happen for us to take advantage of that? There was a concern that was raised around, you know, funding for that, and the fact that if you are not a member of an association, you know, you cannot get certain benefits. Guys, we understand that it's not always possible. How do we engage the regulator to make that possible? How do we engage other partners? Because, you know, this thing of working in silos also doesn't work. How do we come together sitting around this table to make sure that we can support each other and say, maybe if it's 10 of us and we approach them and say, give us a course on this, instead of me, you know, spending 1,500 for each of my journalists, maybe I'll spend 500 rand. There are organizations that are offering this for free. Speaking of West University, maybe they've got, you know, a community outreach or CSI type project that they are running, where they are saying, for this year, we will offer 3 courses for free to community media houses, right? What is it that you can do together in terms of partnership? So I think we need to just think beyond the normal way or traditional way of doing things and start to look outside the box, engage the people that, you know, are buying from us, engaging the people that are the clients that are consuming what we are putting out there. So with those few words, I would like to end here, and then maybe in the Q&A we can take the conversation forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brenda, and as well as other panel members for the inputs for the presentation that we have made. Colleagues will be taking a 15-minute tea break as well as a bit of networking. And after 12:15, we will come back for the Q&A and conversation on Friday. Thank you. journalists. Should the industry formalize recognition of prior learning, RPL, to accommodate experienced and qualified practitioners? Full 30 years. He provides ethical, on-time news. What is that we can do those practitioners?
Mrs. Lakatwane, greetings again. Recognition of our prior learning is very important, and we as an institution, we take it very seriously because it serves a critical role in the sense that it also is a way to address some of the past inequalities. Because in the context of South Africa, which has experienced the double tragedy of both colonialism and apartheid, we had instances where there was a problem of access to institutions of higher learning such as this. And most of our people end up working, doing the job, and mastering what they are doing, but without any formal recognition, hence the need for recognition of prior learning or RPL. So as a university, we do have that pathways as a way to gain access to our institutions or to be accredited through RPL, and the procedure is that once you keep in touch with us, you will then be directed to apply and submit the sample of your work, the portfolio of evidence, and then there will also be some assessment that you will have to do so that we can ascertain ourselves that indeed you meet this requirement, and then you can then be accredited to this level, maybe at this level, or if you are applying to be recognized or accredited to enter maybe at a certain level, then we can also do that. A typical example, the former CEO of MDDA, that most of the people here in the room will know very well. I think it's Mr. Lumko Dimdi, who has a very long experience in community radio, community activism, and stuff like that. Have successfully applied with our institution to gain access to an MA degree at our institution. So he recently applied and succeeded after undergoing that process. So that is something that we welcome, and the process that is very robust at our institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ms. Brenda, welcome to our talk show. This is a conversation. It's Friday. From the corporate sector, from the business, what is that we can do to ensure or promote advertising, partnership, and most importantly, not forgetting the audience growth? Really, they like radio because it provides the first-hand information using Setswana or their preferred language. Now, those radio stations are busy closing down. What is that, as business people, you and others can do to promote that those radio stations are not going to close down because there's going to be a paid advertising?
Thank you so much for that. I think, that question is fitting, especially when you look at, radio societies where we are really using the beginners that building our businesses and also empowering communities. So I think partnership said earlier on, is really reach out to these businesses, because it's not all the time that you know who runs those businesses or you've got a relationship with those businesses. Where you don't, try to reach out to them. But not just reach out, but reach out to them with the strategy also. If you are willing to propose an advertising strategy for you, or if you want me to buy space from you, you need to come to me and say, give me that value that I will not get from somebody else. And value doesn't necessarily mean that when I will be able to reach the thousands of people or clients that I want to build. Maybe you are reaching 50 people, but it is the 50 that I really, really need. So I'll give you an example. Part of what we do at TEPS from a science point of view is looking at longevity. And this is about health extension, but from an African point of view, where we are saying, where is that bridge between science and technology? And one of the things that we are always looking to get is understanding the biodiversity of Africa. Africa is huge. When we as a single organization are going to survey and understand. But these community media houses, they are in the communities. They know the people in the communities. They know the plants. They know the way of living. They understand the diversity of the bio that exists in the environment. So understanding that, it will enable you to reach an organization like mine that you would not normally meet or reach and say, listen, this is the type of thing that you are looking for, and this is the type of community that we've got that thing we would like to serve. How about I put something like this and we work together so I understand your messaging and you understand how I'm going to put it out, and then I can possibly put together a proof of concept for you so that you can see that I can actually do this. So maybe the 20 people is the 20 that I really need to look for. Instead of getting 200 people, there are 200 people needs me. So, and also for you being able to show me that increase, later I'm talking about the proof of concept because I might be engaging for this time. But I think it's not also just attracting those buyers, but also retaining those buyers. Because it's one thing for you to do a one-stop thing for me, and then you are gone. Or you say, I have said that pre-post degree that's 5 rand. I said, how do you make sure that tomorrow you get 10? How do you make sure that you actually get all my budget? How do you make sure that I go look for more money so that I can spend with you? So that is why I'm saying, if we work together as businesses, being open to the media houses when they come to us, but also the media houses being flexible and agile enough to engage us in areas that we might not know communication. I'm not going to sit here and say, you know what you're going to put there, you know the product that you're saying, but you don't know how to communicate that in the language that people understand.
Thank you very much. We're going to cross over to our audience. Mr. Oscar, can you please join us? I'll be asking you the following question. Experience is equivalent to qualification in the FEMCI, and you are part of the Northwest University Corporate Communication. What is your view of this experience versus qualification? Who should we really hire in the media space? What is your view that which one should we value, experience versus qualification, or both of them?
Thank you, colleagues. From communications perspective, experience is always valued as well as qualifications. That's why in most of what we are doing in communications, we are introducing experimental training, unlike before, where you changing the landscape, whereby, for example, I know the students of communications in my campus, they are doing theory, but there's practicals, so there's studios where they do their podcast and they learn about what to do and what not to do. And even our campus level students, they are doing practicals, they are doing theory in their journalism and broadcasting classes, but we know that they can go to the campus level for practicals, and there's the album that we used to have in our days that we just resurrected and make sure that it's alive again, because we don't want it switching whereby our students have qualifications and when they enter the workplace they cannot operate, they don't know what to write, they don't know how to do a press business. So I'm pushing for practicals to make sure that even journalists, for you to stand up. We had one of the facilitators saying when she went for interviews, because of that practical experience that she got from the campus level, she managed to stand up. Even if you have a qualification of a journalist, you have to know your values and age. You need to know how to write a story. You need to know how to compose an article. So, as much as qualifications are important, but qualifications are not going to do the work if you don't have the experience. You are going to be there and say, you are having all this experience, but when they ask you to operate the simple thing or to just write an article, then it becomes a problem.
Thank you very much. We're going to cross over to one of the board members, Khosana. Khosana, can one succeed in broadcasting, radio presenting, photography based solely on experience? Our fellow board member.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think I'm gonna ask from the perspective as a research associate, from the background that I'm coming from. You can solely occupy your space of influence without having the right backup of the right qualification for the work that you do. And I'm saying this because I'm not just an academic, I'm also a chief within the Royal Bafokeng Nation. And one of the panelists in the morning emphasized the issue of the role, I think it was you, to say how is the media playing a role to document the work that is being done at the tribal authority level. Because we cannot speak of sustainability and not involve the voices of the traditional leadership. And mainly because we are the custodians of the land and the people that we lead from communities. And that is why also as a research associate, I always ask students to say, if you are going to embark yourself on a journey of a PhD journey, for an example, and you are going to collect data in Mabatu, where there's a chief in that particular village, it is also your responsibility to go back and present the recommendation of that research so that it can be integrated as part of the policy, not in the form of government, but we know that there are structures and there will be, there will be structures that will then assist us to take the policy to the second level. But we need to make sure that this sustainability is being lived and experienced at the level of the community development. So that is why I'm going to conclude by saying we should not view education as it's a way of life. We should view education as a form of life, as a form of assisting individuals to have a signature voice. And that is why, as also traditional leadership, we are looking at changing those policies. How can we integrate education so that we are led by people who are from school? Because I was born in this position, unfortunately, but we need to be mentored. We need to start with our generation, the generation that will come after us as traditional leadership, that it should actually be a norm or should be a policy that before you embark as a traditional leader, you need to have some sort of formal qualification. And I think as the Royal African Nation, we have done it well. I was the first young chief in the province to acquire a PhD with this university. And that has been, and that should be a culture for all other traditional leadership. We are not saying we shouldn't respect those that did not go to school, because we know that it's the issue of blood, you are born into this position, but we need to also be strict in terms of the policies that we put into place. And that is why I saw it important to sit here the whole day, because we, as traditional leadership, we need to be involved. We cannot say it's an issue of media, it's an issue of community media, and therefore we cannot be involved. So we need to be involved, and we need to be in the forefront of driving this agenda. Thank you so much.
Yes, on the floor.
Ha, who?
Advertising budget for communications are they intentionally allocated to community media, or is it something that can be done?
It's not me, Clay.
We are still on that now. We are on the talk show.
You forgot the mic.
I work in the office of the mayor as a media liaison officer. I do not want to speak much on behalf of the municipality, but because it's our political office anytime. Mar, to try and answer your question, me lekhetwane. We don't really have a budget in our office allocated to community media. And I think we don't have a budget allocated to community media, but yet we depend on them and we need them more because for example, pipe ya ko Sweden ya pumpungega, we expect our local radio station to communicate that message. Somebody can budget on that because we have our social media page and. But the truth is, you can't be a public office bearer, and then you don't have a relationship with community media. That's number one. Number two, community media, high GP for Ibila Haiji, thank you, my brother. These people have families. And data, because I do the live streaming business on the side. Believe you me, data, and I wish there was something, power, I would say, 30% especially to local media, I think to local municipalities for our community media, because our audience is not with Motsweding FM. I'm sorry, am I live? But the truth is, our audience is not with Motsweding FM. Our audience is with Mafikeng FM. Our audience is with Mabatu FM. Hagidi Market. Our audience is with Mudiri FM, Rato FM, and every time outside I go to the studio, the presenter di amogela. And then, a go te di presenter di amogela, we say no management o ja tšhelete. But management a mme o ja tšhelete or puso ha e support. No, a re tswa mo goreng ha eyo. Because gore nne teng akere we need to buy space. So I think also community media le bone, they must take a firm stand and say, we're not going to run your interviews. Akere you feel that you've got a page that has 200,000 people. Talk to them, we will look for other people. Or would rather now stop reporting the positive work that you're doing because you're not assisting us. Because directly or indirectly, community media plays PR for every single councillor o lenteng. Ha go te mo councillor ra ona eme ko lesong le le rileng. Podcast ya ga Khumo e be re go sule masepherephetšane seberebetšane. Mo councillor le Kgethwane o boleletse community gore robalang ka ntho e dira e dutla madi. Ke PR on its own. Mme o ka mo next door yo o itse councillor le Kgethwane o itse keng. But name a time o kileng wa bona mo councillor a popa out o tšhelete from his pocket a tsamaya go reka spacing yana se scanner for a community meeting. It has to go through SCM. And an SCM will be saying, we don't recognize this newspaper or this newspaper has it. But so another thing, we must find the root cause. We must not just blame one office. SCM, we must have a nice pelty match to them to say, guys, re direng gore gone go rekiwa space mo go rona. Re direng gore hala advertiser diposo. Le rona le re nagane. Because you cannot be advertising just on one newspaper or just on one radio station. It's nice how poso wa gago a tlhagile mo ENC and all that. But I'm telling you, for as long as puso sentsane ena le attitude ena le yone to community media and stuff, Platinum TV is going to take a very long time for them for ba ire turnover ya 10 million. Ke a leboga.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good morning once again. I think mine would be a question directed to Prof. Gilbert and addition to what Mr. Musiane has said in terms of how they are trying for graduates or media students or rather journalism students to get practicality, maybe perhaps using campus radio station. But my question is it sustainable enough to equip these young upcoming professionals in the media industry? Why I'm saying that, I'm going to make a comparison between a university or certain universities and TVET colleges. You would find that if a student in a TVET college studies finance, they will not graduate until they do what we call in-service training within certain government departments, meaning by doing so, they are gaining experience while still studying. If you are not going to complete your hours in your in-service training, you will forfeit your diploma or your degree. You get into university or rather tertiary, you get to study theory much. You get to know what an auto cue is. You get to know the background of radio. Yes, you would find experience there and there. To fill the gap, why is university or tertiary institution not partnering with different media houses to allow these particular young individuals to gain experience before they can actually graduate, it being part of their curriculum? I don't know if I'm making sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Prof, you will
afternoon. What responsibility does the media industry have in shaping ethical, skilled, and responsible journalists? Journalists tsa rona di na le go amogela lodi gore ba seke ba rwala disetori tse dingwe or gore ba phesiwe tse dingwe. Go ka dirwa eng gore go nne le ethical practice in place?
Which mic do I use?
This one.
Okay.
No, the mic.
Okay.
Yeah, but it has to also be closer.
All right. Good afternoon, Letabo from the MDDA. I think following from yesterday's session, I think there was general consensus that the fundamentals of or principles of journalism can never be a by the way. So fact checking is important. Why? To curb the spread of misinformation and disinformation. And then the concept of skills or reskilling then becomes important, especially in a dynamic industry like media, where because of technology things are changing. We heard the discussions around AI, and as much as technology and AI has its upsides, it also has a dark side. I think one of the most important things now, when it comes to skilling, is just training media practitioners on how to also be safe in the field. So one of the trainings that we focus on when we do elections training is to just capacitate media practitioners around how to be safe in the field. And the field is also now dynamic. It's physically going into the field to get a story, but online as well. And the rationale there was, one of the researches that we've done was that there's an increase in technology facilitated gender-based violence, and media practitioners are the biggest victims, especially female journalists. And we've heard previously around, household names like Ferrell Haffajee, who have been harassed online by basically fake accounts on social media. So it's very then important to be equipped with diverse skill sets. There are news tools that media practitioners can also use. For example, there is WASIMAP that is developed by Media Monitoring Africa, who are now Moxie Africa, where you're able to get data on Stats SA, etc. Data that you can use to enhance your story. So skilling is important because the audiences that you cater to need to be equipped with information that comes from sometimes diverse sources, and being able to put that together and come up with concrete stories is quite important. Thanks.
Thank you very much. To the GCIS in the house.
We have a challenge of public trust currently in the country. How would you encourage government communications to continue relaying information post, because as government communications information system or Department of Communication, what is your role on there to ensure that there is still public trust in place?
Oh, thank you very much for the wonderful question. I believe the question is, how do government communicators restore public trust within our communities? We don't need to shy away from the fact that as government there have been non-achievements. We need to communicate our non-achievements as government. That will restore public trust, and it will also make sure and just make the community aware that we are aware of our underachievements here and there. And then we also need to increase the volume or need to communicate more on the good and positive stories that the government is doing. So as GCIS, we need to empower government communicators in reporting and talking positively about the good stories of government, and also sensitively communicating the underachievements of government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Mapudi, this one.
Ke tlhoba gore e feng kana ke di-challenges tse di feng tse e leng gore media groups they face to attract advertisers. Ga le supportiwe le ka kgona jang gore le supportiwe kana le ka rotloetsa jang government gore e le rotloetse?
Dumelang bagaetsho. My name is Mapule Pule, also known as Village Girl. The problem that we face every day, especially when you want to go and cover stories, let's say you want to go to Joburg and you don't have funds. That's the problem that we are facing every day. So I just hope one day government will be able to look at us, especially community media, to give us something, even if it's not money, but support or transportation or equipment, because sometimes we struggle on that to do a lot of work. As you can see, I'm using my phone, and every day my work is all over socials, all over, but I'm using my phone because I have invested in a great and a wonderful phone that helps me. So I think the government should just invest in us, especially communities. Not only that, I wish they can just go through the rural areas, the villages, that's why I call myself Village Girl, to come and give us support. Not only that, to come and give us workshops or training, because there are kids who want to be journalists, but they can't reach that level because they don't have equipment, they don't have sustainability or whatever I can say. Habana chelete ya gore ba khone ba itirela something, especially when it comes to journalism. Not only that, they want to be a presenter or want to be a radio station presenter, you know. So I just wish they can just help us get the funds. And secondly, if bakatsanako and go through the communities, go to the villages, baska focus only on the urban areas, they must just go and check what do we need right now as we speak. Because I cannot be running and winning awards, so many awards using my phone, but ginali capability of having a lot of, what can I say, follower or viewers. So I just wish they can just fund us. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions, colleagues, from the audience? We're going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, and that will be it.
Good day, everyone. I go by the name of Gift Lerato Muswane, and I come from Government Communication and Information System in National. I am a radio producer by profession. Now I get like a so mostly it's just to add on what everybody else has said or communicated. I forgot the guy's name that was at the back. He was Preston. He was asking if universities are now proper training. Currently, we do have well learners from one university in Pretoria, and one of the skills that we want to give them is that they don't just become journalists. They make sure technically they are aware that when they get to a mixer, how do they get sound? As Nick said earlier on, that it's not just only about writing, because you could become a technical producer. And then also another thing is in terms of media buying on community radio stations. One of the challenges that we have as well as government, because government is GCIS is an advertising agency that all the government departments, national departments, have to come through GCIS and do media buying. So one of the issues that we are currently facing is that you get departments going through agencies, no longer coming through GCIS. Because now, if, for example, I will take Department of Justice, if they come to us and says, we have a series of 12 shows that we want to communicate through community media, it's simple for us to do the media buying, and because we have a rate that we have communicated with radio stations that as national, this is how much the stations can get for a live interview, for an OB, so there's a standard rate. So now the problem is when these departments go through other agencies besides GCIS, Nalarato as an agency manager, I will give Northwest 70 Tau, and then those Baba Kotlatsi, they get small money because they are not friends with the people in the agency. So that's where sometimes the 30% the stations are not getting. And also one of the pleas that we have, especially because I work with Northwest stations and Limpopo the most, is that can we also try compliance? Because you can't run a station but Ukolota SARS, but you're expecting government to pay you. Because those are challenges to SCM. If you're not compliant, there's nothing that we can do to assist you. So even the board members that we have that are working in the station, some of them are problems because I can't be a government employee and then I also want to be part of the station. With CSD, that is not possible. You are not going to get business because what if Lerato is also earning this side? So those are just one of the shortfalls that even as government, we are trying our ultimate best to make sure that community media is getting what they need. And then in terms of, for the village girl, MDDA has programs. I think what she needs to do is talk to our colleague from MDDA to check what can be done for her to get assistance in terms of the way and style she's using to communicate with her followers. So training, it is there, it is available. It's just a matter of checking and researching where can you get all those informations. Thank you.
Okay, the next question or comment.
Thank you very much. I go by the name of Kabelo Makobosi. I represent community media. I represent the community media called Maftown Online Magazine and Maftown Online News. They both serve under a company called Maftown Media Group. I've got two questions. I prepared two questions, but along the way, I appreciate what the facilitator did. I was caught by surprise by the talk show, so I almost deviated from what I've prepared. So in the interest of time, I know if I'm going to deviate, I'm gonna waste time. So I'm gonna go straight to the question, and I'm sticking to the topics because I prepared the question based on the topic that was discussed by our panel. I've got two questions. The first one will be directed to Professor Gilbert. The media landscape is changing. You have touched the issue of mass media, which is also changing due to those technological changes. So China version of TikTok is highly regulated. Kids under the age of 14 are restricted for 40 minutes on TikTok from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. And they are shown curated educational content and history rather than celebrity gossip. You know, most our kids are always dancing on TikTok. So, and they also use it for geotech and business review about because of China is an industrial country. So they use that TikTok that way. So do you think should we take that route, given our social, the social ills that we face as a country of drug and alcohol abuse, and do you think it can actually be taught maybe to the society and students? Yeah, because of they are using that as sort of a propaganda to preserve their culture as a nation. Then my second question, it can go to our second panelist. We have a challenge in financial literacy. Compliance issues whereby government and funders are very strict in giving out funding. What advice will you give to entrepreneurs? And do you think these aspects can be included in our curriculum in education? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, can you please shorten our questions upon all time?
Thank you. Yeah. All like this. Yeah, good afternoon. I've got a question. Actually, it's a concern. It's a very great concern as far as media buying is concerned in the Northwest. We have a problem with the Treasury Department. And I don't mind saying this. We have one company that is monopolizing the advertising system in the province. And this company gets very long, actually they get years of advertising contracts with Treasury Department in the Northwest. And this company, they are the only ones who are running government advertising. We cannot get government advertising if you are not friends with Kony Solutions or wherever they are. But this is the situation, and we'd like to know. I don't know who is here from government who can tell us exactly how are they going to solve this problem, because we are very concerned as community newspapers in the country, in the province. This is a sickness which has developed in the Northwest government system for the past couple of years. And every time the contract ends, it is being renewed for 3 years. This is a terrible disease in our government. We are very, very, very concerned. And we'd like to bring this to the attention of whoever is responsible for satisfying our needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now cross over to Dr. Koke Zorobakudu. Khosana, Dr. Zorobakudu. He's going to be doing the vote of thanks. I will introduce
Ke a leboga bagolo, to the program director Re Junior Segalwe, to the Honorable Deputy Minister in the Presidency Re Kenny Mogolong, the Salga Chairperson of the Northwest, Councillor Khumalo Molefe, the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for Mahikeng Campus, Dr. Joey Mulete, the Department of Government Commissions and Information Systems, our keynote speaker sessions and speakers, the panel, facilitators, distinguished guests, colleagues from the government and academia, the developmental partners, sponsors, members of the media, the staff of the Northwest University, particularly here in Mahikeng, represented here, the members of the summit organizing committee, the volunteers and the delegates. Bagolo Ntitle, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is my honor, not only as the deputy chairperson of the board, but also as a traditional leader representing the Royal Bafokeng Nation in my capacity as the chief. Because we can't have a conversation of media and its sustainability and not include traditional leadership and its significance towards the media. I am here to introduce the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, and as well as to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the board and the organizing team at the close of the Northwest Media Sustainability and the closing summit. Firstly, let me extend my gratitude to His Honor, Honorable Kenny Mogolong. I know that you will deliver a thoughtful and inspiring closing address. I know that, Deputy Minister, your words will challenge us to translate the ideas we have shared into concrete actions that will strengthen independent and the community media across not only in the Northwest Province, but across the country, because I believe all the media houses represented here, they play a significant role in that aspect. We are equally grateful to the Nakamudiri municipality, the executive mayor who joined us earlier on, Councillor Khumalo Molefe, for officially opening this summit today and setting the tone for our deliberations. Thank you for lending your voice and your leadership to the agenda that is critically democratic discourse, information diversity, and sustainable local journalism. I want to acknowledge Re Ananias Ndlovu for clearly articulating the purpose of this summit, reminding us why we are here, what it takes for our communities when media is under-resourced or under-supported. To our session facilitators, from yesterday to today, including Mebelina, Lekhetwani, thank you for steering the difficult conversations with professionalism, for keeping our discussions focused, and for ensuring inclusive participation throughout the 2 days. To our panelists from yesterday and today, including Professor Gilbert Motsathebe, Mr. Nick Mutloung, and Mme Brenda Ramokopelwa, we thank you for sharing your expertise, your evidence, your practical examples, and most importantly, your frank assessments of the challenges facing community and independent media. Your insights on sustainable funding, digital transformation, the public-private academic partnerships, skills development, and ethical revenue generation have given us a blueprint and a sense of agency. To the academics, the practitioners and the private sector leaders who joined our panels, your willingness to bridge theory and practical has been invaluable. To the younger journalists and students who probe questions and brought fresh perspective, you remind us that this work must be intergenerational and it's important to document the work that we do. In my capacity as a research associate at the university that I work at Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University, we've got a culture that says if you do the work and you don't document it, it does not exist. And part of the work that we have been here for the past 2 days was for all of us to document the work that we do. And as I've said in the beginning, as I'm going to introduce the Deputy Minister, that it's not just a tick-sized box exercise. It's a call of collaboration for all the media houses to come together and rewrite the culture and history to the best you know how. Because when people who understand the vision and they are running the vision, we don't anticipate any challenges. Even when challenges are there, this could be challenges of funding, this could be challenges of rejection, but you will be able to persevere because you understand where the vision began. So to all the academics in the room, all the students, this should not just be part of the assessment. It should challenge you that in the Northwest University in Mahikeng campus, we are going to have university students that are going to have PhDs in media studies in the province, and that addresses the current issues of what the Northwest is at and how can we improve the state of the Northwest to go to the second level. A special thanks to the organizing committee. I think I saw LTK. I grew up listening to Motsweding FM, so I could not come on LTK. Hello, Hassan. A special word of thanks to the summit organizing committee and the board staff for the months of planning, coordination, and attention to detail. To our moderators, all the board members that I'm representing here today, thank you for answering the call. Ray Ananias, thank you for bringing us together. And I'm glad that all the board members that are serving on this board, they are studying towards making sure that at the end of the day, they have their own PhD. I think I'm the first in the board to have my own PhD. Maybelline is doing her master's and others are coming. And as you clap your hands, this is a sign that should say to you, we cannot tolerate mediocrity when we address Black excellence. We can't hide behind things that are not even existing. We need ethical leaders. We need young people that are going to stand and take the space of leadership and serve with leadership excellence. And that is why, as a young traditional leader, it's also a norm that we need to come and be part of such summits so that we can create a sustainable development. And I'm making a humble plea, even after the session, don't come to us with the proposals. We are busy. We are supervising PhDs. We are working on a public health research. We want solutions. We want people that are going to bring solutions on the table. I don't have time. We don't have time for ideas. We are busy with our PhD, so we rather spend that time collecting data and making sure that we submit to our professors. In closing, thank you to everyone, every person who has traveled to be with us, those who participated in good health, who cautioned us, who offered solutions, and who committed time and energy to this important cause. The board is grateful and inspired. Let us leave here resolved and turn the ideas, partnerships, and the momentum generated over these 2 days into a concrete, measurable impact for the community and independent media across the Northwest Province and across the continent. Now, in my capacity as traditional leadership and as the chief of the Royal African Nation, I've got the honor this afternoon to introduce the deputy president, the deputy minister in the presidency, Rekeni Morolong. That's not deputy president. Mr. Itisen Kenneth Morolong was appointed as the deputy minister of the presidency, 3 July 2024. He previously served in this position from 6 March 2023 to 19 June 2024. Prior to his appointment to the National Executive, he served as a member of Parliament Standing Committee on Finance and as an alternative member of the Standing Committee on Appropriations. Due to various political roles he has played, he has developed a keen interest in political administration of state affairs. His leadership roles in both the African National Congress, the Parliament, and now the executive arm of the state ultimately made him an advocate for transformative public administration, and that is why now he is currently registered for a BA Public Administration with the Management College of Southern Africa, where it's known as MENCOSA. He was born on the 17th of February 1982. It's an internet that shows our ages. In Ipelegen Township, Swaziland, Northwest Province. He attended Itupen Secondary School where he matriculated. His political awareness has sparked at a very early age of 9, which saw him take an active role in the political activities and campaigns in his local community, mobilizing children behind the banner of the African National Congress. I'm not part of the African National Congress. I'm reading the profile. Throughout his life, he participated in the African National Congress structures, occupying different positions and responsible leadership from the young pioneers. Re Kenny Morolong, he's the former executive deputy chairperson of the NYDA, and today we are honored that he is here in his capacity as deputy minister in the office of the presidency. Can we just rise and give him an honor as he comes to address us?
Thank you very much, Kosana. I think the first thing we must do is to speak to GCIS to update my profile on the internet. I can't be studying towards a degree for 5 years. That's insane. Especially when we have people with PhD here telling us that they're too busy. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today, and my doctor would have advised me not to come here and join me. But this is home, and I don't make a habit of standing up colleagues when I'm invited to address important activities like this one. It is for this reason that I elected to come here, in spite of the fact that I'm not feeling well. So I apologize profusely if my energy levels are not akin to what you are accustomed to. But thank you very much, Kosana, Program Director, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Northwest University Mafikeng Campus, the leadership of different media formations. I'm told Mr. Ananias Ndlovu. I acknowledge your presence and the entire leadership of the Northwest Provincial Club. I'm also told that we earlier received an address from the chairperson of Salgan, Tate Molefe. We also acknowledge his contribution to this important discussion that ensued. I wish to also acknowledge all members of the academia, distinguished media practitioners, ladies and gentlemen, Dumelang. It is indeed an honor and privilege to speak to you today on something that is very close to my heart. The role of the media in any society is vital. And since 1994, we have strived to ensure a free, independent, and thriving media sector. Of course, the landscape today is different from what confronted us in 1994. At the time, print media dominated the landscape, and the power resided in the hands of a few powerful media houses, allowing them to largely shape the media agenda. Today, print media is a shadow of its former self, and many former staple publications have either vanished or are only available online. Similarly, the South African Press Association, known to many of us as SAPA, which for many decades was a mainstay in the news industry, closed shop as the industry changed and evolved. This closure paved the way for others to fill the void, and I'm particularly encouraged by the government news agency run by GCIS, which has steadily emerged as one of the most trusted sources of news. Colleagues, I thought I should share these two anecdotes to show how the media industry is constantly evolving and how this merges perfectly with the many fascinating discussions that have taken place here for the past 2 days at the Northwest Media Sustainability and Collaboration Summit. A topic that immediately caught my eye was that of ensuring sustainable funding models for community and independent media. In its 2024-2025 annual report, the Media Development and Diversity Agency, MDDA, and I'm just not happy that they are not here because I directed that they should join you and be part of the discussions and also contribute in finding solutions to the vexing questions that you have been able to delve into in your 2 days of thorough engagements that, as I said, would have ensued. So we apologize profusely that MDDA could not be here with you today. Are they represented? Oh, I see. How are you? Good. So I withdraw my apology. So in its 2024-2025 annual report, the MDDA noted that despite having invested more than 20 years into community media development initiative, research indicates that merely 7% of respondents in the research indicates that the sector, let me regurgitate what I've just read. So in its 2024-2025 annual report, the MDDA noted that despite having invested more than 20 years into community media development initiative, research indicates that merely 7% of respondents in the sector perceive their organizations as sustainable, with 74% identifying as partially sustainable. The MDDA annual report also knows that community radio outperformed community television, as well as community and small commercial print in terms of sustainability, while also highlighting challenges faced by the sector, which include funding limitations, a shortage of skilled personnel, and restricted access to advertising and insufficient infrastructure. Program Director, I can assure you that the survival of community media sector has been at the forefront of various administrations since 1994. GCIS continues to work with the MDDA, which is responsible for promoting media development and diversity. In support of this noble cause, the MDDA has funded 586 community media projects consisting of 321 radio television stations and 185 print projects. I must also indicate that part of the mandate of the MDDA is to ensure that they mobilize resources for funding for community and small commercial media. Initially, when the MDDA presented the previous annual performance plans before Parliament, it was not explicit on how it will go about raising this funding for support, particularly for communities and small commercial media. You would know that MDDA relies purely on funding from the fiscus, which is about 41 million rands this financial year, and funding from broadcasters. And this has significantly changed following the call by the executive authority that there must be clear targets on how we are going to be able to finance, particularly the print media. So those discussions are underway, but we must indicate that we've been able to redesign our annual performance plan and revise targets to include funding, especially for print media. Furthermore, the MDDA continues to strengthen its role as an enabler of credible community-driven media that empowers voices, promotes democracy, and supports national development priorities. I would also like to share with you some of the highlights from the MDDA strategic plan, which aims to enable the sustainability of community and small commercial media, support digitalization, and improve the agency's institutional capacity and governance frameworks. One of the key outcomes of these plans is to establish a sustainable community and small commercial media sector, which targets includes the capacitation of 200 practitioners, the digital transformation of 100 media entities, and ensuring all 100 supported organizations receive basic digital media training. I have been at it for many years, so I have a short voice. Do you want to put this here? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Furthermore, the GCIS continues to prioritize advertising spending on community media to support this vital sector. Advertising spent on community media encompassing radio, television, and print amounted to over 22 million in the last financial year. You would remember, colleagues, that in 1996, the then Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, sanctioned what would later be called a Comtask report to look at our media landscape following the 1994 breakthrough. Key amongst the discussions that ensued was the establishment of the GCIS, which was aimed at, inter alia, ensuring that we continue to provide strategic leadership on government communication across all government, across all spheres of government. One of the recommendations which was made to the then cabinet, and I remember that another son of the soil, Esau Pahad, presented to Parliament in 1998 the decision to establish the GCIS. But key amongst those decisions that were taken at that time was the support that needed to be accorded to small and commercial media. Successive administrations have attempted to come closer to government providing a well-defined support to community and small commercial media. Now, last year, Cabinet approved the government communication policy, which paves way for 30% which would be spent for advertising spent by government on community media. Now, we expect that this decision of Cabinet will continue to find fruition. And that is why this amount of 22 million is mentioned. It is, of course, a fraction. If you look at all government departments and what government departments can do to make sure that we support small community and commercial media. And of course, we believe that this 30% will go a long way in assisting community media, in assisting small commercial media in discharging their responsibilities, and in making sure that we continue to provide requisite information to the citizenry timely, accurately, and we make sure that the citizenry have access to information on government products, offerings, on government programs and campaigns. So the 30% is quite important, and we must congratulate the 7th administration for having started this process, which has now culminated into a cabinet decision. Now, cabinet decisions are enforceable, which means we expect the provincial government in the Northwest to implement the 30% policy. We also expect municipalities, by the way, because they are enforceable on all 3 spheres of government, to implement the 30% of their advertising spend to support community and small commercial media. In addition, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies supports community media in South Africa by fostering an enabling environment, enhancing digital infrastructure, and facilitating sustainability for community broadcasters and print media in the digital age. Key support includes digital migration, aiding broadcasters, and promoting digital products and applications developed by SMMEs through platforms like Digitech. Colleagues, this brings me to another hot button topic, and I'm glad to see it has been thoroughly interrogated in this session. The issue of digital transformation and the future of news distribution lies at the heart of the survival of the media industry. Digital transformation and artificial intelligence are spearheading a revolution in the media industry. The 2025 Reuters Institute Digital News Report finding on South Africa paints a sobering picture of the state of the media landscape. The report says, and I quote, "The news system ecosystem in South Africa is far from healthy, with print debt spiral almost at the end, and digital news and broadcast platforms battling to sustain themselves in the face of social media platforms, and especially the migration there of younger audiences. While there are positive interventions being made, it is going to take much more concerted effort by news organizations to maintain relevance and sustainability," end quote. These startling findings are further backed up by October 2024 survey by the Competitions Commission Media and Digital Platform Market Inquiry, in which 77% rather of respondents reported accessing news via social media platforms. Further findings shows that Facebook emerged as the most popular social media platform for news consumption, used by 84% of respondents, followed by TikTok, 47% thereof, WhatsApp, 46% thereof, YouTube, 45%, and X, formerly known as Twitter, 30%. The inquiry further ground that these figures emphasize the growing influence of digital transformation on how South Africa consumes news, with many respondents accessing this platform multiple times a day. Users spend more time on platforms such as Facebook and YouTube when news feeds and other information are personalized based on their interests and interactions. Further research from GCIS National Quantitative Tracker Survey of January 2026 confirms that consumption patterns are indeed changing. The research indicates that traditional media is mostly used to access government information. 67% of respondents use TV, followed by radio, 39%, and social media, 35%. These fascinating findings confirm that people continue to consume news, but citizens are actively choosing where and how they receive information, confirming that the battle is now for attention and trust. The question then arises, what role can community media play in this fractured and unpredictable landscape? I believe that if armed with proper tools, community media can become the vanguard of news in communities and households. Digital transformation has moved the dial, and the power that once resided in the hands of a selected few is now accessible to everyone. For instance, a content creator armed with only a smartphone can utilize platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and X to break a story that once required a newsroom. I truly believe that by tapping into new ways of distributing content, community media can begin to tell the stories that really matter, stories that have been overlooked by the mainstream media with its shallow lens. Similarly, the distribution advantage that once belonged exclusively to media houses can now be harnessed by anyone who can garner attention through speed, clarity, and responsibility. You, as community media, have the power to be the arbiters of credible and informative news, and actually that drives community discourse. I strongly believe that the future of distribution will be a combination of verifiable, personalized, and trustworthy content. This is already happening, and we have all seen how influential podcasters have replaced the evening news as people search for greater depth and understanding of issues that are relevant to them. We now stand at the moment in time where the cost of distribution is almost zero. The only question that remains is, will community media grasp what is probably the greatest opportunity for relevance since the invention of printing press? Friends, before closing, I would like to touch on another issue which you have explored over the past 2 days, that of public-private academic collaboration and building a media ecosystem. All of us have no doubt at some point that the used phrase working in silos have at times been attributed to our own scope of work. The tendency to go it alone or to gatekeep is something we must all guard against. Collaboration and partnership are key in an era of thinking and in an era of shrinking budgets and competing priorities. By working together, community media can harness collective strength and community networks. You can become the conduit of credible news and the first port of call for listeners, viewers, and readers. For the first time in history, the playing field is wide open. I therefore urge you to look to the future and to grasp this moment. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We can put our hands together for the Deputy Minister's remarks. Without waste of time, I'm going to invite the Deputy Minister and the Presidency to please join our panel on the chair so that we can then take a group picture. I'm going to request the Northwest University representative to please join the picture. Analyst Ndofi, can you also please join the picture? And I will ask the MDD. Photographers, if you would guide us, what would be the best picture? People with Androids, oh, you are journalists, I apologize. Okay. Can I ask all the board members to join the picture? I'm also a board member. Please make a space for me somewhere there. I didn't say you must take a picture. I'm finishing out instructions. The speaker from MDDA, can you also please join the picture? And I'm going to ask Mayor Nyakalo to bring the present so that you can hand over to the Deputy Minister. You are not taking pictures as yet. That picture is incomplete before me, so you must wait for me. Can you Android? MMB, can you Android?
Then I'll take it after. Then I'll take it.
Ladies Colleagues, we're going to give our panel member to answer the question and wrap up quickly. Just the 2 minutes. Mr. LTK, can you please join the panel members on stage? LTK in the house. Alfreda. Colleagues, there are members that pose different questions, but before the panel can answer them, we are going to allow Mr. LTK to share a bit on to have a bite on the question, experience versus qualification. This is an instance whereby we check in the value. There are broadcasters who have 30 years experience, but they don't have qualification. Now the debate is qualification or experience. Just a 2 minutes or 5 minutes bite on that one.
Yo, what a question. Wow. Experience versus qualification. All right. My take to that is that you made mention of broadcasters, right? Now, in this case, let's say in context, the radio presenters. You need to have some level of education. That's my opinion. You need to have some level of education because you are not communicating in your own small cocoon. You are communicating to the broader society. So it is important to have valuable insights that will also shape and guide the society. So that's where the education part comes to play. Well, some people would say, I don't necessarily need qualifications because I was born with this thing, it's a calling, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, I believe you need some form of qualification. Madam.
We're going to start with you, Ms. Brenda. The question posed to you, as well as this, sum up your view.
If I still remember the question, it was about financial literacy, whether it is important to be included in the curriculum when we train in journalists. And also there was a component about funding. Okay. So yes, I think it's very important. And I look at Northwest University professor to say, I think in this day and age, it is very important that there's an aspect of entrepreneurship that is introduced to all, the qualifications that we have, because I think it is high time that we start to train employers, not employees only. We start to train people that are going to be industrialists, people that are going to be community builders, the people that are going to be self-sufficient. The reason why we are having an issue where you've got community practitioners or people in the community not being able to sustain themselves, it is because they have not been given those skills to be able to do that for themselves. If this was part and parcel of the learning, it will be easier for them through those skills to be able to say, let's put together our own funding model. Let's be able to unlock the financial muscle. The minister was talking about the 30% that is available. He said this is impossible through the province. I can promise you now, next year we'll be sitting here, there will still be media houses that are complaining about funding, about not getting that finance. Why? Is because they do not know how to unlock that financial muscle. So it becomes very important that we start to incorporate this. Another thing that is important coming from partnerships is that we really need to prioritize that. If I'm going to give you business as as a company, I want to see that investment, that return on investment. So if you are going to want funding from me, if you are going to want me to spend my advertising budget on you, I need to know what my return is going to be. Sometimes I'm dealing with you for the first time. You need to show me what you can do. And when you've done it, you need to show me how it has changed the way my business is running. And you also need to indicate for me to be able to keep you how you are going to continue to grow, not just give me the bare minimum. So if you are coming to me and I say, I want to sell this product, I want this message to go out there, and then you are just giving me what I'm giving you, what I'm asking of you, not being creative, not thinking outside of the box, giving me the same thing that I can get from Belina, why should I go with you if Belina has got more reach? So let's be a little bit creative, a little bit innovative, so that we can maintain, attract those relationships and partnerships.
Thank you very much, Alfreda. The Deputy Minister will now be leaving the room. Thank you so much, DM. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Katwani. I think I have two questions just to. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll take the last one. I think it was about the regulation of TikTok in China. And the question was whether I think the same thing must apply here. And I think the best place to begin in responding to this question is to consider the orientation of the two countries, in the sense that South Africa is what one can say is a democratic country, so to speak, while China is a socialist country. And so, they are in a socialist country. In terms of orientation, they emphasize certain values over freedom, whereas the opposite might be true for a more democratic context. So I think that is just the context for that question, and that's why in my presentation, which is why I think this is a very good question and a very relevant one, I emphasized the aspect of particularism as opposed to universalism, whereby we need to think about what is appropriate for our particular context. Because if you look at both of this orientation, they have advantages and disadvantages. And I'll give you an example of a similar orientation where I have lived and worked in Japan, which is equally a socialist country. So in Japan, the same thing applies as in China. And as a matter of fact, you will not find children in the streets in Japan because they spend more time in the schools, between school and the home. The children leave schools 10 p.m., but they excel, in academia, they excel in sports and any area of participation. But here is the catch. Now in Japan, as a result, the ripple effect of that, there is a high suicide rate. Yeah, so it's a give and take of those. But I think now if you look at this particular one, what we are doing here in South Africa, for example, and in the because also in our homes, we do have controls. Like in my case, I limit screen time for my children. And the reason being that research has proven that there is a problem with children who are overexposed to platforms and even television. The basic ones being, for example, the issue of attention deficit. Because children's minds are very fragile. So at that so the more you expose them to TV or this audio-visual content that they consume on social media, because the content, the way it's structured is linear, so it's click of the light and then it changes the frames. So they are not, there is no flexibility. Like if I'm speaking to you, I can be able to speak to you because you are an adult watching TV and you are able to multitask and do other things and still understand what I'm saying. But that's not the case with the children who are overexposed to social media and television. So this is one of the things, and the issue of this anxiety. So there's a lot, but these are just the basics one. So from that perspective, I think I think you can sense my like I say on my I exercise as a parent, and I limit the screen time for my children. And then the second one I think has to do, Preston's question was it was about the fact that Oscar mentioned that here, for example, we have a local a university or a campus radio station that we utilize to try to get our students to apply what they learned in the classroom, so that we ensure that the successful application of theory, so they are able to apply. But I think Preston's apprehension was that might not be sufficient, and of course, which is a fact. And also, but with this question, I want to start with this context. Like in South Africa, essentially, we have 3 types of universities, and namely the traditional universities, more or less, such as us, and then we have those of technologies that are more career-oriented. They used to be called vocational institutions. But at the end of apartheid, on the new dispensation, there were mergers. And as a result of those mergers, we also resulted with the 3rd type of universities, comprehensive universities, which does both. It's career focused, which means they train for the employer. And of course, they work very, very well, because if you look at another context where I've been, there's Peninsula Technikon. So there, we are taking a very small number of students, which means we are limiting access. And the reason being that we wanted to ensure 100% placement. That's what we had, 100% placement. All the students that we trained, they were placed in the industry, and then none of them was unemployed. Year after year, we were successful in that. So it does work. But in our context, due to limitations that include constraints on campus, constraints within classrooms, that's why we are actively seeking for this type of partnership, industry partnership, so that we know, as you well know, that we, over and above, we have this well-integrated learning, and we try to prioritize other aspects so that we produce a holistic student with both hands and minds for the job. So those are some of the things that really we are trying to do, so that our students can gain that kind of experience. Because initially there were cadet training and stuff like that, a model that we tried when we started ETV Newsroom. We then came up with the cadet model, where we recruited the best performing students from other institutions, and then we exposed them to all facets of journalism, including different beats, finances, and also this thing of even editing. audiovisual, editing, and everything that has to do so, because we wanted to produce that type of student just to complement what universities were doing, because we were mindful that universities have got certain constraints as institutions of higher learning. They can't do everything by themselves. So those are some of the dynamics, President, that we are trying by all means to address, to ensure that we give our students a competitive edge over other students. And she mentioned the entrepreneurial mindset that we are busy trying to inculcate to our students, so that is one of the graduate attributes, so that when they go out there, they themselves are able to create jobs instead of becoming a liability to the job market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any closing remark for the Northwest Sustainability and Collaboration?
Should I use both? Yes, thank you. I think we raised a good point, especially talking about the migration of digital as well. We cannot ignore digital. And something I actually forgot to say, community radio stations as well, they are on the road to, they're losing a lot of listeners due to the digital new platforms coming in, coming out, that people, they develop their own content, and especially the youth, they don't listen to radio compared to older people. Older people, you find them, they're the ones, they're passionate about radio and all that, because they don't have the know-how of how to use the digital platforms. But it's getting there, it's slowing down, because I see even old ladies now, they're living on TikTok. Everybody. I think the regulator needs to accept the reality. He cannot take away digital from community stations. I think they need to kind of open, they need to be innovative as well, and give community stations platform to say, look, here's the digital, it's coming. You need to find ways of how to partner with the digital platforms. Because I did say, one of the regulators, I think something that I always challenge us about, you keep saying community radio stations are there for people to tell their stories. Now people are telling their stories digitally. Now with the new regulation to say community radio station cannot partner with the online or digital platforms, it's not going to work. It means they're killing community center. The reality is it's happening right now. We're moving to AI.
Where are they?
This is something funny that I actually tested with AI. I did a radio jingle with an AI. Guess what? It worked. It means it replaced someone else's voice over, voice artist. It replaced a sound engineer. It replaced someone who's got a studio to record those jingles. Now you can do it on the phone. That's the reality. So I think in the future, we need to say to university, government, and to say, let's wake up. For us to say community stations, don't over-regulate it. Rather, you give them a platform to be innovative. Partner with other digital platforms, and let's make it work. Because if you don't do that, the radio is going to die, to be honest with you. I think I listened to the Deputy Minister when he said in the 1994s, print media, it used to be the platform, more than radio. What happens today? It's dying. Because everybody's moving to digital, everybody's moving to that. Everybody can produce, everybody's a journalist. So we need to open our hearts, we need to open our minds, we need to be innovative. I think the regulator as well, even business or colleges, universities, let's explore these things, the opportunities that comes with this new age of digital. Because it's becoming a reality. And I don't want to say even to, I think you said a question that I was very interested to answer, but I think they did answer it. Experience and qualification. When you say that, I normally train my staff and say, that's like a chart of yin yang. I'm sure you know the yin yang chart. Experience needs qualification.
Qualification needs experience. Yeah.
That's how it works. It's either, it depends on you which one did you start with. If you started from the experience side of it, make sure that you get qualification for it so that you balance it. If you started academically, I'm sure you're doing the internship and learnership to get experience as well. So use that chart of yin yang that you cannot succeed without that chart. You need it. Thank you.
Closing remarks.
Refresh my mind.
Closing remarks.
Closing remarks for you to sustain the media activity. That is that you can say that we need to collaborate to ensure that this media activity does not die.
All right. I'm interested in seeing the future of the media looking like this. One, the professionalization of the sector. People are doctors and they've got certificates to practice. People are accountants, they have licenses to practice. But when you come to our industry, and it is even worse when you look at grassroots media, where there's regulations and. So I concur with your statement that you need education, you need experience, you need at the center, you need talent, passion. But overall, for the sector to not die, particularly radio, it needs to be professionalized. There's a whole lot of people who have masters, honors, diplomas, and all they're sitting at home on their jobs. So it is also a challenge to us as academics to say, what is it that I'm doing to plan for my post-studies? I'll make an example of myself. I started here, I did my degree here. I was hosting a show for my Eken community radio. It was a 3 to 6 show. As bad as it was, I would attend class 30, 35 minutes, and the last 10 minutes I would go because I know I have to go to the radio station. But the commitment to my studies and the experience was at the center of what I wanted to achieve. So I'd like to see a media sector, as far as regulations are concerned and so forth, a professionalized sector. In 10 years, 50, 20, 30 years, the regulator to be able to say, LTK, you cannot practice as a broadcaster without a license. Because in that sense and in that case, it gives confidence to a lady, a gentleman who studied journalism, who studied broadcasting, to say, hey, how is it? That is fine. So I think my closing remarks are that we cannot have an industry and a sector that is a willy-nilly. Everybody comes and does what they want, all in the name of entertainment, content sharing, and numbers as well. And what happens to people who dedicate their time, who dedicate not only time, resources, financial resources, to master this craft, what happens then to them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, fellow panel members. We are closing and I'm handing over to Preston.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Molina, for facilitating that session, quite insightful. You may give her a round of applause. To the speakers of today, thank you so much. You may give them a round of applause as well. Mr. LTK, we really acknowledge your presence. You could pitch. Thank you for your efforts and thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the Northwest Media Sustainability and Collaboration Summit. Thank you to everyone that could make this event possible. Thank you to the organizing team. Thank you, Dr. Kosana Kudu from the Royal Bafokeng Nation for gracing us with your presence. And the PhD so that we can also be busy, right? Thank you to the members of the media. Professor Gilbert, we thank you so much for your presence. Mr. Ananias, thank you so much. Ndate Makanya, we thank you as well. If I didn't mention your name, Uins Farele, late Deputy Minister in the Presidency, we also thank him in his absence. Ndate Albakwe Mutsukwana Natompolaya, if I did not mention his name, he's the Principal Communication Officer in the GCIS, also the NW alumni. Raise your hand, Hela Bakobone, that's amazing. To the technical team, thank you so much for pulling it through. We could not have done it without you guys. If there was a little error, you jumped quickly. We thank you so much. Let us have a group photo. Let us come here and make a group photo. Lunch is on its way. With that being said, folks, Lake Amoso, thank you so much.